Morning, I'm just checking on my sound.
Good morning, Mr. Niehaus. Yes, your sound is clear.
Okay, thanks, Nandipa. See you later. Bye.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Chair. Morning.
You can hear. Great. I was just
Morning,
testing
we
out
can hear you, thanks.
I was testing out my volume because it's not been working all along, and I've been wondering what's the problem.
You are now clear, Chairperson. You are now clear.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, coaches. It's 9 o'clock, but Denel is struggling to connect. They connect and then they get kicked out and then they connect. So they're trying to connect again, Chair.
Okay. We shall be advised then when they have connected successfully.
Recording in progress.
All right.
Siyabulisa kozihlalo ngokuhlanganyela kwabo emsebenzini kahulumende.
Siyabulisa nathi.
Amalungu onke abekekileyo kuleli komiti.
Ninjani Mhlonishwa?
Siyaphila Mhlonishwa.
Themba ukuthi amakhaza kanibulala.
Awu amabhungu nawo ayagodola ndagodo thina amaxhegu.
Hayi amabhungu awagodola, amabhungu abhekana ngqo ebusweni namakhaza. Lehle wona amakhaza.
Nakho-ke sikulindele emabhungwini. Thina inkonde efuna sikhala ngamakhaza sihlala.
Hey, hayi sesozwa ke Mhlonishwa ngabo ontshingila ukuthi bona njengey'nsizwa ey'sey'ncanyanyana bathini mabegqoka amajezi sobona ukuthi hayi kusho ukuthi ayikho lento badla inyama yezalukwazi.
Badla iqhude liy'fele.
Badla iqhude liy'fele.
Person, Denel has logged in successfully now too. I think we can start the meeting.
Okay, morning colleagues, morning honorable members, morning co-chair, and good morning to the secretariat of the committee as well as the colleagues from Denel. Also greetings to the representatives of the ministry. You're all welcome to this meeting. Honorable members, this meeting is to receive a report, a briefing by Denel on its various divisions to the SANDF. As you are all aware, Denel is new to the defense portfolio. And therefore, the main aim for today is to help members to orientate members on Denel and help them better understand what Denel does and how does it support the SANDF. We also would like to understand key issues such as shareholder oversight, governance, as well as issues of turnaround, since we understand that the company has gone through challenges, particularly since 2016, that it's on the way to recover. And therefore, it's important for us to understand what is the substance of the turnaround, how that turnaround is taking place, and what is the financial status of the company. And if the company is still on a recovery trajectory financially, what do they suggest will be the break-even point? At what point will the company, can members please mute? Please mute. So it's a very strategic meeting that's going to give us a sense of the of how Denel is and what is its going concern status. Now, the as the meeting starts, let me indicate, honorable members, that there were 3 issues which were previously raised with us, all 3 of which are still work in progress. On the matter of the NCACC, we have had discussions with the chairperson of the NCACC that the matter which was raised with them relating to Rheinmetall Denel is going to be discussed or can be discussed when the NCACC comes before the committee to present their last quarter report. On the issue of the death of Mr. Mube, we've indicated to the ministry that we would like more information because we were of the view that the report given to us was insufficient. I think what the committee had previously raised was its concern that this is a member of the force, and since we are interested in the well-being of our force members, we would like more information on the circumstances surrounding his death and how we intend ensuring that other members of the force don't suffer the same fate. So we are still engaging with the ministry on that issue. Then on the issue of the DMV whistleblower, we have written a letter since we reported previously to the DPCI requesting that the officer concerned not only be protected, but that we get a report on how they are dealing with the threats that the officer is receiving. We are still awaiting a report in that regard. We have since sent a follow-up request for information in that regard so that we are able to deal with the matter and provide a response to the committee that will give us comfort as to how this issue is being handled. This, I was saying, as a matter of opening the meeting. You are all welcome. I would like now to ask Nandipa to give us apologies.
Good morning, chairpersons, minister, deputy ministers, members, and everyone in the platform. Today I have no apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There being no apologies, can we please have a mover for the adoption of the report? Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda, and I thank you for the manner in which you handled the 3 items that have been raised before. It is highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Plakis.
Chair, I second that motion.
Thank you very much. I've been trying to see who, I see the minister and the deputy ministers are on the platform. Can we then hand over to the minister to introduce the item, to make introductory remarks and hand over to the to Denel?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope, Chair, you don't mind me not opening my camera. So I won't be able to do it now. I'm using
just to wish you a happy belated birthday. We hope you had a great day, and congratulations on being the acting president. We hope it lasts longer.
I pelid umsebenzi. No, but thank you very much, Chair, for your kind remarks, but also thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate that. Chair, I won't take your time and want to thank you again for the opportunity that we have to present or speak to you about Denel. And I fully agree with you that the strategic importance of Denel is immense for the Defence Force in terms of our capability, but also in terms of resources, like the partnership you're speaking with around the Rain Metal partnership. But also more important was since we took Denel, I've been visiting their sites, and there's huge potential for skills development, just even beyond necessarily only the capability for defense, but also for skilling, because the skills in defense are very high level skills, so that our engineers, our young scientists will always find space there. And Denel is endowed with huge resources, Chair. All the time I visit their sites, I'm in awe in terms of what the potential for Denel is. And as you correctly say, Denel has had a very rough patch despite its strategic importance, and there is complete commitment from our side to help Denel to be the Denel that we wish to be, or the Denel that we need, that can enable us both as defense and as a country to derive the benefits. So I think I don't want to get into the details, the officials will brief you, but also just to say, Chair, the board of Denel has reached its end of term. We are currently consulting both in government and in the sector and in the departments in establishing a very robust and strong Denel board to enable them to support the board. There are just inherent problems in Denel, especially, for instance, in terms of getting guarantees, because they have a healthy order book, but because our banks don't give guarantees for arms, we always struggle to get guarantees, even if we have a big contract. So we're also working with Treasury to say, how do they help Denel go through that loop, because our banks don't want to give guarantees. And there have been approaches of big contracts, which if we were to really implement them, Denel will be up the next day. But again, let me not get into that, but can say there's complete focus. I engage constantly with the president around Denel because he also appreciates the potential, the strength, and the importance of Denel for the country, and not only for the defense department. So, Chair, with those remarks, let me really thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll hand over to the CEO. But as I say, the board is still there. I've not seen, because I'm using a different gadget. The chairperson has since sent a letter of resignation. So I only received it. What's today? It's Friday. I think I got it on Wednesday or Tuesday. Again, we're consulting as to, in the meantime, whilst we are waiting to implement, to bring in place a new board for the remaining 2 weeks, who will be driving the force. But that, I thought it's not urgent, because I only got the letter from the chairperson, if not yesterday, the day before yesterday. I suspect yesterday. So which means the chair has really indicated her wish to be released from Denel as the chair. But without taking much time, Chair, can I ask the CEO and his team to lead on the very presentation that you say? But thank you very much for also paying attention to this very important strategic entity of the department. Thank you, Chair.
CE, you may proceed. Thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks.
Tab, can people in Denel start?
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Chairpersons, Honorable Deputy Minister, and Honorable members. We are having a bit of a problem with our bandwidth, so we are changing gadgets here. I'm not sure what's happening, whether it's a sabotage or something. We are going to check. I'm talking from the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start with talking through the presentation in total to summarize what we are going to cover whilst we are reconnecting. The presentation is going to talk to the mandate of Denel. Why is Denel important for the country? And the strategic intent statement. What is expected of Denel as a state-owned company and asset of state? And its role, which is mainly to ensure that our defense force has equipment that can enable the defense force to protect the sovereignty of the country. Would also like to present to the committee the reporting and structure of Denel, and also the attached Denel associates. We have associated companies. Chair, you spoke about RDM, Rheinmetall Denel Munitions. We also have Hensoldt South Africa, and we also have Barrage Dynamics in Abu Dhabi, which are associate companies. So would like to talk through those as well. And then briefly talk about the Denel footprint. Where are we operating from? And then the other part that we want to touch on is where does Denel fit in the bigger South African defense industry? That the Denel is the heart of the defense industry of the country, and the failure of Denel results in our industry being unable to support the defense force. And also talk about our competitive landscape. And the important part is to give a status update on where we are on the turnaround of Denel. And this our strategic focus. And the next part that we'd like to touch on is how is the business performing since we started this journey of recovery? Where are we? And where are we going? We also would like to talk about the capabilities that are with the defense force, and what are we intending to do in terms of forward-looking? What other products or technologies are we working on with the limited investment? What are we working on to ensure that SANDF has got reliable and working equipment going forward? And to also cover the sustainability of Denel, is Denel going to exist in the future? And that will depend on whether Denel has business or doesn't have business. So the order cover of Denel in the next coming years, the orders we have now and the orders going forward. Also, that will include the high priority pipeline, where we are working tirelessly to conclude some contracts that will ensure sustainability of the company. And the other important part, chairs and minister and members, is to talk about the divisions of Denel, because Denel is made up of divisions. Currently, we have 4 divisions in Denel. We have the aerospace division, which is the Kempton Park campus. which also includes the overback test range in Anniston. The Kempton Park campus is going to focuses on the support of the Air Force on the rotary wing helicopters and on the fixed wing, the C-130 to be specific, in terms of maintenance and repair to make sure that the Air Force has got working platforms. And the division in Anniston is the test range where we test our missiles. And we also only not test ours. We provide services to international customers to come and test their missiles. So what we are working on now, overback test range as a testing or launch preparing.
CE, you are going to get us into trouble with the committee with regard to this presentation, because we haven't started receiving the presentation, and your network issues are hampering our ability to engage, to first receive the presentation and then engage with it. I want to suggest that you resolve those issues quite urgently, because the committee is eagerly anticipating your presentation. And the slides on our screens are not moving, and you are breaking at times. So I want to give you at least 3 to 5 minutes to resolve the connectivity issues so that we start. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear, Chair. Let me connect them. I'm also surprised what is happening now.
No, we're struggling with connection, so I was introducing them whilst we are getting ready with the presentation.
It doesn't help us very much at the present moment, because we are not connecting with your presentation. So I'm giving you at least 3 minutes to resolve connectivity, so that we can be able to proceed with the meeting without any hindrances.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, if I may suggest, I can flight their presentation and they can indicate to me when I have to move their slides.
Yes, I think that will assist.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then let's take that approach. You may then proceed, CE.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for.
Sorry, sir. Before you, if you can stop sharing on your side, and then I will share. I will fly to a presentation.
Sharing. Stop sharing. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will continue. We have my apologies for that. We seem to have a bandwidth challenge in internet connection. I don't know what's happening. My apologies. I was talking about the divisions, which is item 6 on the presentation overview. That we have 4 divisions. We have 4 divisions in Denel. If we can go back to the first slide. Thank you. Thank you. We have 4 divisions in Denel. We have the aerospace division, which is the Kempton Park campus that supports the Air Force with helicopters and fixed wing maintenance and repair. The ROI-5, the Oryx, and the C-130. And we also, under aerospace, we have the Overbeck test range in Anniston in the Western Cape, where we do flight tests. And we test our own missiles there. And we also offer services to international customers that want to come and test their missiles in a secure environment. And we are also preparing Overbeck test range for the launch of satellites, our own satellites, and also to provide services to international customers that would like to come and test their satellites here in South Africa. And the second division is Landward Dynamics, which is here in Irene. This is the missiles and UAVs business. And this is the one that was badly hit during COVID. And then thereafter it struggled to recover. We have the Landward business, which is in Littleton. That's working on the artillery system infantry. Also inclusive there is the ammunition business and PMP. And we also have the integrated systems as the last division of Denel. Thank you. Thank you. We can move. We thought, chairs and members, that we start with the mandate of Denel. Denel, its main mandate is to design, develop, and manufacture and support defense equipment for South African National Defence Force. That's the key reason for existence. And we have to be able to do this, being able to commercially run the business that we can fund our operations. Unfortunately, Denel had to go to government to ask for bailout several times. But Denel, if it operates well, it shouldn't be going to state for bailouts. It should be able to fund its operations. And that can be achieved through foreign business that we get because the margins are better. Thank you. And the strategic intent statement of Denel, Chair, it's got 5 pillars. The first pillar, which is the biggest of the pillars, is the supporting and maintenance of DOD's sovereign and strategic capabilities. And the second one is for us to continue to operate, we have to have a sustainable business. That is with make sure that we generate revenue. Our operations are generating profitable results. Also, we have a performance culture in the business that is anchored around our values. And there's consequence management in the event that we don't meet our performance targets. The third one is to grow the order book and strategic partnerships. Denel's balance sheet is so weak that we'll not be able to do everything on our own. So we have to make sure that we grow our order book through marketing and partnerships with international customers, and also strategic partnerships with technology companies across the globe, including our own CSIR. And then the fourth pillar is to ensure strong and credible internal controls. The other reason, apart from COVID, that resulted in the Denel's collapse past few years, is the collapse of internal controls. So we are building that to make sure that there are no leakages in the business. We are doing what we are supposed to be doing. We are compliant at all times. And the third one is we operate in a regulated environment. We cannot just sell our products. We have to sell within a regulated environment. We have to comply with policies, laws, and treaties. Otherwise, they will cease to exist. Thank you, Chair. You can move to the next slide. This slide, Chair, just talks about the Defence Review, that Defence Review 2015, that identified Denel as a sovereign and strategic capability for the country. And the successful existence of Denel assists the industry to be sustainable. And if Denel works well, then it's going to be able to support SANDF to meet its mandate. Thank you. And this slide is important, Chair and members, because it's to show that Denel for many years has been the heart of the equipment supplier and partner to SANDF. With the SA Army, we have quite a number of products that are with the Army that we have to continue to support. We also have to make sure that going forward, we keep evolving and investing in new technologies so that the equipment that the Army uses continues to be competitive. Our G6 is one of the best artillery systems in the world. And we can't sit back and say we have the best and we don't do any technology advancements. We have to continue pushing the limits so that we continue occupying that space of being the best. With the Air Force, I did mention that we support the Air Force with the Oryx helicopter, the Rayfalk. And we also support with the maintenance and repair of the C-130. With the Army, we have the weapons that we have with the Army, the 35mm dual purpose gun. And we also have the surface-to-air missile, the Mkonto missile. And with there we have SANDF, but it's the surveillance and intelligence gathering system that we have with the SANDF, the Sika 400. So this equipment is currently with the Defence Force, and we are looking at moving towards modernization of most of this equipment going forward. Thank you. We thought it's important, Chair and members, to share the structure. Denel, from 1st of April this year, reported to Minister of Defence and Military Veterans through the Board of Directors of Denel. And we as executives, we account to the board. We also have the CEO and the CFO as executive directors in the board, as well as being members of the executive committee to manage the day-to-day running of the business. In the business itself, we have Landward and Dynamics, which holds sovereign capability for the state. The missiles, unmanned systems, and space capabilities are residing, and precision-guided weapons, they are residing in Denel and Dynamics. The Landward business, which is headquartered in Littleton, it's a sovereign capability holder for the infantry, artillery, armored vehicles, other products and ammunition, medium to small caliber ammunition through PMP, which we have, PMP, we have ring-fenced it as a separate projects from the April of this month, so that we can make sure that it recovers. And then when it's fully recovered, we'll send it back to Landward Division. So we are running it as a project. And Denel has invested, putting money in PMP so that the facility, the equipment and the compliance is met. So by end of this year, we should have a better work in PMP. But the long-term plan with PMP is to invest in PMP to modernize that facility. Because if we just invest a little bit of money now, a few years to come, we are going to sit with the same problem. So we need to invest in a modern equipment to be able to supply reliably Defence Force with ammunition. And then we have the aerospace business in Kempton Park and Overberg, which is strategic. And we have the ISS business, which is based here in Irene. So we also, I did mention that we have associates. The Rheinmetall Denel Munitions, we own 49% of it. Denel some years ago sold 51% to Rheinmetall and held 49%. And also with Hensoldt SA, Denel sold 70% of the electronics business of Denel to Hensoldt. And we are holding the 30%. And both Hensoldt and Rheinmetall are German-based companies. The third one is Landward Dynamics, which is based in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Edge, which is a UAE company, owns 51%, and Denel owns 49%. This is specifically on the standoff weapons to produce, to commercialize the Umbani standoff weapon. And this associates, we continue to review our relationship. We have members of the board coming from Denel, sitting in all these three, but all the time we review whether it's still serving the interests of the country, this relationship or not. Thank you. Chair and members, I thought I should share this slide because for quite a number of years, Denel was operating with without leadership. People were asked to act in higher positions, and that is what caused another instability. And it took Denel longer to recover, because if there was no leadership, it becomes longer for people to take accountability. So we now have a complete team except for the group executive or CEO of Landward Dynamics. We have gone out to the market twice already, but we haven't been able to get the right person. So that we are now gone out again. We are hopeful that this third time we'll be able to appoint someone to take over the leadership of Landward Dynamics. Thank you. This slide, Chair and members, talks to these associate companies. I've touched on them. I think here we just talk about what products are there and the relationships we have. So these relationships, we continue to review them. If they don't work for the country, then we'll request a change accordingly. Thank you. This is the map that shows where the Denel operations are in the country. Most of our operations are around Gauteng province. And part of Denel munitions plant is in Potchefstroom. And the other areas of business are in the Western Cape, where we have Rheinmetall Denel munitions there as well. And its head office is in Somerset West. And then we have in Anniston, we have the Overbeck test range. And we also have our space facility where we manufacture the satellite from in Grabo in the Western Cape. And then we did mention that we have this associate company in Abu Dhabi. And we have an office in Malaysia because we had huge business going on there, which we're still supporting to date. And we are looking into concluding new contracts in Malaysia. So we have an office in Malaysia. And in Brazil, we have an office as well. That office we started when we had a collaboration on air-to-air missile with Brazil. And we are looking into expanding our business in Brazil. So we still have that office. We haven't closed it down. Thank you. This slide, Chair and members, talks to the relevance of Denel in the bigger defense industry in the country. Denel is key to supply SANDF, SAPS, SANSA with products. And we work with the other SOCs as well to offer solutions mostly around security. And we partner with the defense industry broadly because we operate at system level. And Denel doesn't produce the subsystems that we get. We partner with our industry to make sure that we have a reliable supply. And we also work with international MODs, foreign MODs, even though countries don't buy from companies when they buy defense equipment. Countries buy from a country. And in this case, we are fortunate that as a country, we have friends all over the world. And it's easy for us to go and promote our products in those countries. And we have relationships with the MODs across the world. We just have to make sure that we compete to get the deals, to get the contracts. And we have a good relationship with CSIR on the technology side and R&D to make sure that we continue investing and working on future products. Because the products in defense that work today may not necessarily work in 10 years' time. So we have to continue moving ahead. If we look at what's happening currently, the application of defense equipment is totally different from what happened 25 years ago. The landscape of defense and war environment has changed drastically. A country that has more information wins the war. Thank you. Thought we should mention this, that we are a very competitive company, even though Denel went through a difficult time when it nearly was nearly closed down. And because of many reasons. One is, as I said, COVID had a big role to play, because during COVID times, countries prioritized social and defense was at the back burner. And because most of our business is foreign, we're not able to travel so we are cut out completely. And then the internal controls as well collapsed the business. But we have a competitive product portfolio. Our unmanned systems are very competitive all over the world. We have to invest in the modern ones, the small ones that can be utilized in other applications other than surveillance and reconnaissance. Our G6 artillery system, it's one of the best in the world. Our T5 competed in August. We had a trial in August in a country in the Middle East. And we came first on top of the best countries in the world with our T5 artillery system. And it has attracted a lot of attention all over the world. So we have to be able to ride over this wave and make sure that we conclude deals, because if we conclude one deal of T5 or two, our industry will have to be a completely different industry. And then we have the counter missile, where we have with the Navy, and also in other countries, our surface to air missile is operational in other countries. And we have just concluded a new contract on the counter missile. So counter continues to be a preferred product in air defense, especially for short range. But we're looking at investing in extending the range and changing the seeker from what we have now to more radar, which gives us to be able to pick up the target from distance, not using the infrared. And then we have our Rheinfalk helicopter. Even this helicopter as well, it's been competitive, but we have to ensure that our midlife upgrade for the Rheinfalk 1.1, Mark 1.1 is completed, that our Air Force has got a working and upgraded Rheinfalk. But we are also looking at the Mark 2, which will be an international product that we should be able to sell, and we are not going to be restricted by our power pack supplier. And then the overback test range is one of the best in the world, and we are proud of it. We have already decided that we are going to invest a lot of capex in this facility in Anniston, so that we can attract a lot of business from overseas, including to be attractive, to be the best launch capability for satellites for clients beyond the borders of the country. And our ammunition still, even though we struggled, our ammunition is still the best. PMP with its brand, with its struggles, but people all over the world, they still want the PMP ammunition. The 155 ammunition from RDM is wanted all over the world. They have orders in excess of 6 years from now. So we do have, Chair and members, competitive products. We just have to make Denel work and grow from here. Then I'll touch on where are we on the turnaround of Denel. If we can move to the next slide, please. When the process of the turnaround started, we are looking at the restructuring of the business so that we get cash into the business. And one of those areas was to ensure that we go through the Section 189, have the right people in the business, because Denel had grown smaller. That's how we can afford the cost of running the business. And we also had, Denel had, and still has, a lot of debt. We have lots of creditors out there. Even when we make money, the creditors take their money from operations. The banks, they want their money. So it makes it difficult for us to execute our turnaround. When the little money we make from operations, the guys that we owe, some we owe them, our debt goes to about 4 or 5 years. And when they say, we are going to liquidate Denel unless you pay. So we prioritize them. And it hampers our progress of recovery. And the guarantees, we lost a lot of contracts because we couldn't raise guarantees a few years ago. If we had, Landward Dynamics will still be alive today and fully operational. But going forward, we have managed to get the aerospace business working. The Kempton Park operations are working well, out of ICU completely. Overberg test range operations are completely out of ICU. They're operating well. We are focusing now on PMP to run it as a project that by end of this year, it's operating fully. And also we are starting with the Landward business to make sure that all the programs that are coming out of Landward don't follow the who-faced direction. The programs must be delivered on time, because if we don't deliver programs on time, Denel suffers losses, because the longer we take, the more losses we incur in the program, and reputational damage for Denel. And Landward Dynamics went through a difficult time. Also, we are going to start a project immediately after we have started the Landward one. Make sure that Landward Dynamics is the heart of the design, development, and manufacturing of missiles in the continent. And we can be trusted. And then in terms of strategic partnerships, we are exploring partnerships. It's difficult to, with our experiences with Edge, we are very careful how we partner with lessons learned. So we are exploring technology partners. And in terms of internal business processes, we are rolling out the program management. We are starting the implementation of the new ICT infrastructure. We should have the strategy, the new ICT strategy completed in August and approved for implementation, so that we have a sound ICT system in the company. And strengthen the internal controls overall, so that we can't go back to where we come from in terms of managing the business. Thank you. We can move to the next one. And strategic initiatives, the key one was to sell non-core assets and sell the shares in the associates, RDM and Hensoldt. And all those didn't materialize, because the reason for that was to be able to raise money to put into the operations of Denel. The non-core assets we're not able to sell. So we have started a process to make sure that they are value creating, because then we didn't sell them. Let's make sure that gear ratio, the DVS business facility generates revenue and self-sustaining. And Hensoldt and RDM, we're thinking it's actually not sell the shares, but try and achieve control. Instead of 49%, why don't we get 51% so that we have control? Hensoldt, instead of 30%, why don't we have 51% so that we have control? So we are looking at those to position ourselves better, because shrinking ourselves is affecting the country. Because the smaller the Denel becomes, the less effective it's going to be in terms of supporting SANDF. So we have to grow Denel to be able to support SANDF, not to shrink it. And then the other part, the other leg of objective of the turnaround was revenue generation. And I must say that we are making good progress. We are concluding contracts in billions, and we're hoping that this trend will grow. And that means the countries that are placing orders with us, they have trust in us that Denel has turned the corner, and you cannot disappoint by non-performance. So as we receive these contracts, performance is critical for us. And cost saving as well. Denel has incurred a lot of costs at time. In most cases, it's costs that we couldn't even justify. If we had managed our costs better, it would at least be a break-even business. So we have to manage our costs better. We only spend on value creation. Thank you. We thought we should share with the committee where to take Denel in the short term, and long term will be informed by short-term success. So for this financial year, we want to continue to be a state-owned company that's a strategic partner to the Defence Force and our industry. And we want to grow the revenue by about 20% so that we can realize the growth of the business. We are working on ensuring that the EBIT, the profit, is 6% after we have invested in R&D, because Denel hasn't invested in research and development for some time. So we have to invest, because we are a technology company, we have to invest in technology so that our products are competitive. And the other important part is because of the constraints we have, we want to export more than 60% or derive revenue that's more than 60% from international business, so that less than 40% we can depend on AMSCO and local opportunities. Because most of the export contracts, if we execute them well, the profits are good. But obviously with AMSCO, you cannot make a lot of profit. We have to make sure that whatever profits we make in international contracts, we invest in technologies that AMSCO can benefit from, instead of investing a lot of money in new technologies. Then we can fund them from foreign revenues. And also, we're looking at diversity through execution of our EE plan, so that we are representative, and improve on overall customer satisfaction. Our customers were very unhappy the past few years when Denel was struggling. Now we are sitting at a point where we have to get back that trust back from the customers, including our own Defence Force, that Denel will be able to deliver. Thank you. We thought we should just share the historical performance so that members understand where Denel comes from and where it is now in terms of financial performance. In 2015-16, Denel had a top line of 8.4 billion. And in 2021-22, it was sitting at 1.3 billion. And it was around the same in 23-24, with losses at the bottom. And the last time Denel was profitable was in 2015-16. Then since then, Denel was loss-making. And the problem with being loss-making is it means we are not generating cash. So when we are loss-making, we are not generating cash. It means we are getting deeper and deeper into trouble because we don't have cash to fund our operations. That's why Denel had to go and ask for money. So we have to stop that by making sure that Denel is profitable. The current results are unaudited results, and for 24-25, we are posting a profit. So the best thing, the important thing is if we post a profit, it must translate into cash. If the profit doesn't translate into cash generation, then it's an accounting profit. So we have to make sure that our profit is cash generating. So Denel went through a difficult time. So the strategy now is to go back to the 8 billion and more. And we can only get there by executing our contracts, because if we execute our contracts well, customers are going to place orders with us. Because the brand is known, people know the good brand of Denel. Delivery will ensure that they come back and place orders. Thank you. We thought we should share the income statement, Chair and members. We're looking at up to 2028 that we want to grow the business on the top line. And as I said, at the end of 24-25 financial year, we're sitting at still around 1.3 revenue with a profit of 223. But we have to make sure that at operating level, the business is profitable. So we want to ensure that we are moving to sustainable profitability going forward. Thank you. This slide is just to show the capabilities of Denel and where are these capabilities based. In Littleton and Pretoria West, we have the Landward capabilities that we spoke about, the ammunition, the artillery, and the infantry, and the weapons that we produce. And in Kempton Park, it's a maintenance and repair and overall of rotary and fixed wing platforms. And here in Irene, we have guided weapons, missiles, and unmanned systems. And our space is in the Western Cape, in Frabo. And also in Irene campus, we have the ISS, the Integrated Systems Business. Thank you. We thought we should present a case for why do we want to invest in R&D? Why do we put money in R&D? It's important for us to keep investing in research and development because the return on investment is huge. We don't only measure it by the product we can get and make them available to the Defence Force or to the international customers. We also create competencies for the country. We create skills, engineering skills. The defense industry is one of the few industries in the country where we conceptualize the solution, we design it on a piece of paper, we put it on the computer to test whether it can work on the computer, and then from there we put it in the lab and make sure that it can operate. And if it operates in the lab, then we go and build a prototype and go and test it out there. And if it works, then we go into production. Most of the other businesses that we have or industries, we buy other people's products and we use them. So in defense, we create competencies for the country, and our engineers are all over the world. And other countries love them because of this area. We create good technical skills that leads into competitive products and capabilities. And we also support the constitutional mandate of supporting our Defence Force, making sure that we have the systems that are required, and to ensure that we have a technology base that if we can't use it in defense, then we can also if we can use it in defense, it can be applied in civil applications. In most cases, it works very well. And also the socio-economic imperatives that we have. As a country, we have to make sure that we create skilled personnel, and we make sure that the people that we work with are employable, that they can work anywhere in the world. But preferably, they shouldn't cross the borders and work from here. And job creation. And also R&D contributes hugely to economic growth because people don't buy old things. Most people want to buy the latest, the more advanced. That's where they put their money. So I thought we should just mention that when we invest in R&D, it's critical for the future of the country. So we work very well with CSR on this matter. Thank you. And the R&D we talked to, it can be in technologies, but it also translates to products. So there are a few products we are working on. I did mention that we are working on the upgrade of the Rayfalk, the Mark 1.1, the upgrade, and then the international version, which is the Mark 2, which will be a modernized Rayfalk. And also we are looking at the rotary wing unmanned system that can be applied in the naval environment. That means you will to operate, whether it's from the ship or anywhere in the world. You don't need to be next to a runway, or you take off. And similarly with the vertical takeoff and landing unmanned system, when you deploy anywhere in the world, you should be able to take off from wherever you are. You shouldn't say, I'm going to go look for a runway and take off from there. We're also looking at a joint strike missile. This missile is taking the air defense and air-to-air capabilities or technologies, bringing them together and say we want to have a base with common technologies that can be applied to extend the range for our air-to-air missile to beyond visual range with the radars seeker, and also the same base can apply it in the air defense environment, where instead of having a 16-kilometer air defense capability, you have a 100-kilometer air defense capability. So we are working with DoD to realize a prototype coming out of this investment. And also we are looking at the satellite space. Space is critical for us. We have to be able to manage our space as a country. We can't depend on other countries to manage space for us because it's risky. So the satellites can be utilized for observation, for environmental applications, but we can also use the capabilities in terms of how we communicate, data management, and also for defense to be able to ensure that our country is protected. But if we depend on other people to do it for us, it's a bit risky. So we are working with partners in space to ensure that we have a space capability that can protect a country's sovereignty and also ensure that the country data is managed better. Thank you. We thought we should just show the applications for the rotary wing UAS, that we have quite a number of applications that we are looking at. If we can complete this project, it will be applicable beyond defense in civil application. And ESCOM requirements will be met by a cheaper solution than having a helicopter, a manned helicopter flying over monitoring the transmission lines. Instead, you can have a cheaper solution of monitoring using a rotary wing where you can take off from anywhere, wherever you believe that you need to monitor the assets. Similarly for the rail and other applications. Thank you. And also for the vertical takeoff and landing, it has similar applications, but it's not rotary, but it's more fixed wing. So we'll be able to meet the same, more or less the same applications. And the advantage is these are smaller, so they become more affordable, especially for civil applications. Thank you. We thought, Chair and honorable members, that we should, because we spoke about the turnaround, that we show that in 23-24, we successfully concluded orders of 1.4 billion. And in the last financial year, 24-25, we concluded orders to the value of 4.3 billion. If we continue on this trajectory, we should be able to realize the Denel we want. But this is highly dependent, as I said, on our execution. Because if we continue executing to the happiness of the customer, then we are going to get more orders in. So we hope to continue on this trend. Thank you. And I thought, Chair and honorable members, that we should, at high level, share the progress we are making towards the market, because Denel was out of the market. Denel was not marketing for some years of difficult times. But since we started, we have promising breakthroughs on our pipeline. And when you add those that are highly likely, we're sitting at about 45.7 billion. Even if we only conclude the first one, which is the T5 opportunity, the 15 billion rands order, is going to change the complexion of our industry. Because when Denel concludes this kind of orders, our industry benefits hugely. And our engineers, our technical people get excited again that there's work to be done. And if we get 2 of the big contracts, it takes us to the next level. So these are the opportunities we are looking into. And we are investing a lot of resources. The little resources we have, we are focusing on making sure that we can see at least 2 or 3 of them over the line in the shortest possible time. Maybe, Chair and honorable members, I would ask my colleagues to just come in and quickly present the areas, because the other expectation from the committee was to talk about the divisions of Denel. So if I can ask my colleagues to move with speed. We start with aerospace. And Mr. Chris.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and all other members. My name is Chris Boshoff. I'm the Group Executive and CEO for Denel Aerospace. It's an honour for me to be able to talk to you about our business and how we're progressing, the current position, as well as what will happen and what we're currently busy with for future prospects for the business. So currently under my responsibility, I have Denel Aerospace, which consists of Denel Aeronautics, which is being run out of Kempton Park campus. Then I have Denel Technical Academy, which is a training academy focusing on the training of our youth development, and then also for engineering and stuff within Denel, but also within the industry. And then we have test range, as my CEO has highlighted, which is in Honeston, a testing facility for flights, missiles, but also the capabilities of launching satellites out of the facility. Next slide, please. Thank you. With regards to the history of Denel Aerospace, we, within the aerospace environment, had to consolidate during the last couple of years our various areas. So our primary function for us as aerospace is firstly and primarily to focus on our South African Air Force, to be able to support them in their aircraft requirements, parts supply where necessary, but also to be able to focus on international markets as well. Throughout the years, aerospace had various names. We had also various businesses, subsidiaries under the company, where we had Aerostructures, which is a facility in an area that was focusing primarily on the manufacturing of the airframe structures for various aircraft types. We have the MRO capabilities, where we are the service providers for the MRO and providers for Airbus, for Safran, and for Lockheed Martin. We also have certain capabilities on Russian-type aircraft, for instance, the Mi-17s. We do not have any contracts with Russia, but we have the capabilities to be able to support those types of aircraft in Africa, Middle East, wherever those aircraft types are. Within our facilities that we have the full capabilities to be able to service and manufacture composite propeller blades. We have the capabilities to fully service and operate the various engine types that are within the South African Air Force's fleet of aircraft. Primarily, the aircraft engines that are being utilized are the Arias engine and the Makila engine for the Oryx and the Rooivalk. Then service capabilities and the licensing for the Lockheed Martin engines, the T-56s and the Rolls-Royce engines. And then we have the full capabilities on our years of experience where we can produce and manufacture certain parts and components for various aircraft types. Recently, based on all of this, as you can see, recently we signed a new MOU with Embraer, where the agreement is that we will be able to co-manufacture on certain parts and components for South Africa, but specifically going into the African region and the Middle Eastern region. So in essence, we become a co-manufacturing hub for Embraer on various aircraft types. So that will assist in training of our staff, job creations, etc., taking place out of South Africa. Can you just go over to the next slide? Within aerospace and the capabilities that we have, we through the years have also focused on research and development. And research and development for us is actually the core of our industry. We need to be able to identify and highlight where the issues are, what is needed for the industry specifically, and I mean the industry, the aerospace sector, specifically out of South Africa and also for the African region. Now, our capabilities, as I've already alluded to, is that we are the full MRO and also OEM original equipment manufacturer for the Rooivalk. We have the full capabilities to manufacture the Rooivalk as we've done historically. We also have the service capabilities, and we are the MRO and distributors for Airbus and on the Oryx, as well as because the Oryx is a combination of the Super Puma and the Puma helicopters, which are manufactured from Airbus out of France. And then we have the full MRO and distribution capabilities for the engines, which is in partnership with Safran, also out of France, which is the second largest defense company in the world. And we are their service partners in the African region. Then on the engineering in worthiness, we are fully, we are fully 145 approved. We have civil aviation, South African civil aviation certification for all of our operations. On our safety and security and our credibility, we have full credibility, and our licenses are fully up to date with all of the requirements that are needed for us as a service center for the various aircraft types that we have. Then on our area within the Denel Technical Training Academy, which I'm very excited about, is we have various type programs. We train pilots, engineers, not just within the aerospace sector, but also in the defense side, where we have specific type training that can be utilized and to rejuvenate our youth. And we're working in partnerships now with major universities in South Africa on identifying specific types of training programs where we can enrich our youth and the experience that they require. We also offer on-job training on the various aircraft types, but also within our operations and facilities. Then at Oeverberg Test Range, as I've already mentioned, this is a fully integrated facility whereby we can firstly launch satellites, but we have the capabilities, and we are currently operating and working with international clients on testing of aircraft types, missile systems, and it's one of our pride and joys, I think, for the South African industry. Not a lot of people are aware of the fact that we have this. We have one of the few systems internationally, and it's also one of the key points internationally in the world, whereby you can actually see various, you can track and monitor satellites from this area in a much better way than any other area in the world. Next slide, please. So With regards to the contract overview on the South African Air Force's side, how our contracts work is we are contracted on we call it the PSS contracts. It consists of two different types of contracts. So firstly, we have the fixed monthly portion, and then we have the on-demand cover portion, which means we are supposed to cover on the fixed monthly portion side the labor for the aircraft that are required to be serviced. Then, so that means the certificate, we have to have the certification in place. We have to have the engineering and training that takes place to make sure that the aircraft types can be serviced and that we have all of the licensing and we have the capability to actually support the SAF. Then on the demand, the contract, that is when we are contracted to do specific types of orders. They will, for instance, contract us to do a cylinder as an example, and then we contracted for that, we service that specifically, and we send it back to them when we've done that. And those capabilities, so the contracts are split into two different ways. Then because of that, and the way that which the contracts are being put together, we are being contracted by the SAF to do work. It gets through the RFI we will receive through Armscore, and then Armscore will place the order upon us. We will do the work, and then we will pass it on the work to the South African Air Force. They will agree to the work scope that was done, sign off on it, and then they will give the order through to Armscore to say, happy with the work that was done, please make the payment to Denel. And that is the process that we've done so far, and now we've been involved in the work. Next slide. We have various MRO concerns when it comes to the aircraft types that we have. On the Oryx and the Rooivalk, as well as the C-130s, as you are aware, or if you're not aware of this, these are very old aircraft types, especially the Oryx and the Rooivalk. The Rooivalk needs consistent upgrading, and we're currently doing it on a piecemeal basis, where we're slowly but surely doing upgrading on the Rooivalk as and when it's required from us and by the SAF. Same for the Oryx. Oryx is quite an old aircraft. As an example, we have the Oryx, which is a combination of the Super Puma and Puma, very old aircraft, which is the legacy aircraft types. And now going forward into the new or into the future, the current aircraft types, as an example, that are operating for the same type of aircraft, they call the Super Puma H225 or the Super Puma 215, which is a modernized aircraft. The capabilities, as an example, is you have a 30-man aircraft, the 225, with weapons on the system, which is still a passenger, but it can protect itself. An amazing helicopter. Then you have the 215, which is a little bit smaller. It takes 26 passengers with weapon systems that are on it that can assist, and it's a real workhorse. And that's kind of the way and the future for the work that we want to do. On the work scope for us for aerospace, we're modernizing. At this stage, our biggest focus is to make sure that we firstly have the sufficient amount of staff to make it legal for us to be able to service the aircraft. Then we have to make sure that the training is up to date, that we have all of the certification, and now investing into the machinery and equipment for the Oryx as well as the Rooivalk and is to modernize the equipment, but also to, within the next 5 years, make sure that we can get to the trend where the market is going. For instance, if the SAF in the end decides on modernizing their fleet, we already in place with the right for service capabilities. We already have the modern equipment. We have the staff trained that we can fully support them going forward. And that is now on the Oryx as well as on the Rooivalk. For the Rooivalk, in essence, that we also have a problem is that we have to upgrade the systems. So the Rooivalk in itself, one of the issues that we've had is that we don't have pilots who are capable of flying the aircraft. A lot of pilots are not trainable, so we have to train or hire our own pilots to be able to fly the helicopters and to go and collect them for service capability, for service requirements. So we're thinking out of the box to make sure that where the shortages are for the service capabilities is needed, that we have the full capabilities to be able to support the SAF so they can also have less risk on their side. The other thing that we have as a requirement is that the Rooivalk needs to be upgraded. Even though it's battle proven and it's one of the best systems in the world, and everybody in the world knows the Rooivalk. The newer system that we have, the 1.1, which will be upgradable, a modern one for the SAF, and then also the 2.0, which will be the commercial helicopter, will be the way for us to go forward, is whereby we will look at avionics suites the way the client can choose what they want, which avionics suite they want, whether it's ITAR free or ITAR applicable, and then also catered with which type of ammunition or weapon systems have to be kitted to this Rooivalk helicopter with new capabilities. So the modernization of these two aircraft types, the RX and the Rooivalk, is extremely important. On the C-130 side, especially the C-130BZ fleet that we have is an extremely old aircraft. These aircraft, the problem that we have is that across the board, the older aircraft gets, the more, the bigger issues you have with serviceability, component support. A lot of the certain systems that are on these aircraft types from the OEMs are no longer available. So we see a situation where if these aircraft types are not modernized over a period of time, as in now, going forward for the next 5 years, sooner or later we won't have anything to be able to look after the African Air Force and for the South African people. So it's our role to make sure that we're modernizing our equipment, machinery, finding new solutions that we can also utilize for ourselves and for our international clients, but that we can support the SAF going forward. Next slide. On the Rooivalk, as I was just mentioning now, the Rooivalk, we call it the Mark 1.1. That is specifically tailored for the South African Air Force. This one, the reason why I'm saying that is that the South African Air Force will have different types of requirements to our international clients. We want to keep it completely confidential. We want to make sure that nobody knows how our aircraft are operating in the event that we have to go, ever have to go to war. And that is to protect our sovereignty and what we have to support the SAF. On the 2.0, that will be the commercial operation that we're currently busy with. We're investing with certain research and development programs at the moment for the MK 2.0. This program in itself is a 10 billion rand contract. It's a 10 billion rand program. We have had inquiries for around 150 aircraft, 150 Rooivalk 2.0s already from various countries. At this stage, we're trying to protect the aircraft in itself to make sure that we find the right partners. These aircraft will be operating and we will be selling up to about 100 million going forward. And that's the market, as a market standard, it's around $100 million for a helicopter of this caliber with weapon systems and everything incorporated. So it's a big program, and it will really change the industry in South Africa, the aerospace industry in South Africa, through training of staff, being able to utilize the right engineers, and then also investment in the industry. The whole industry will be able to benefit off of this helicopter type, as well as international for us. And it will really put us as South Africa on the map to be able to create something and manufacture something that is that stands out from everything else that's available in international markets. Next slide. Rooivalk Test Range, as I've already mentioned, this is one of our pride and joy facilities. We have, as you've also seen in the news, Elon Musk reverted to the fact that they see Rooivalk Test Range as a facility of choice, and there's opportunities there for them. So on an international basis, they see the value of it. We haven't had any discussions with anybody around this whole process. It's just interesting to note that it was in the news. Rooivalk Test Range for us, what we're doing now is we've, since last year, started investing into our systems. We have to service the systems. We have to make sure that we are constant with the work that we can provide, with the quality of work that we can provide, and it's a profitable business. So for us, it's firstly to support the SAF and the National Defence Force in South Africa, but then also to be able to obtain international clients through which we can also generate additional income. We are investing, as I just mentioned now, through a capital investment. There's a portion of money to be invested in the next 3 years to make sure that the sovereignty of this project is also, and these facilities and machinery is up to date, and then we have the best in the world. And that is the standard of which we want to put ourselves out there. We want to be the best in the world. We have one of the best facilities in the world, and we want to make sure that we protect this, that this does not be removed, that this isn't removed from us and we lose this capability. So we're really focusing on improving our machinery and equipment, the training of our staff, and we're very excited about what the future holds for us at this facility. Next slide, please. Denel Technical Academy, as I've mentioned, these are the current training programs that we have at our facilities. The biggest focus for us is at this stage is we want to make sure that this facility is a VE level 2 to 1, which it currently isn't. It's not. So my biggest focus is to get that up to a point where we are a level 1 VE facility. For me, it's about youth development. It's about going out to bring schools and students to us to get them to be interested in the defense and aerospace sector. Our facilities in itself, we have fixed wing facilities. We have our own areas where we have aircraft that the students are actually operating on. One of the things that we've started doing, which is really exciting for me, is that we've got equipment in the aeronautics side that we've now moved over, serviced, and we are utilizing these machines. As an example, we have a spinning rig where the propeller spins and you test the spinning helicopter propellers. Now, this is the only one in the whole African continent, and we've brought this now over to DTA so we can train our students specifically on this machinery, which is it's something that will teach them and give them the experience internationally where there's a major requirement on an international level. So we're utilizing certain machinery, bringing it over to our student side for DTA. And we're now busy partnering with universities to bring in engineering students, to bring in doctorate students, and then also lower level students so that they can do on-job training through certain types of periods of their studies, that they can come through to DTA with Denel and they can gain experience going into our sector, into our industry. And I think this is going to be one of the key focus points for us, is to make sure where our youth is being focused on, and they are the future for us, that they are enabled to be able to take our future further for us as our company, Denel, but also as within our industry. Next slide. Yeah, so overall, that is in short Denel Aerospace. I feel very fortunate to be involved in Denel. I'm very excited about the business, and we'll later during the slides just explain about the financial performance of the company. But we're performing on a financial basis very well. We're very profitable. We're successful in what we're doing, but we are busy improving on our operations, on our maintenance service requirements, and also looking at how we can constantly improve. And with this whole movement of Denel going into DOD, I just see better alignment and better opportunities where everybody will be able to work better together so we can actually successfully support the SAF. Thank you very much.
Theo, we're going to have ISS.
ISS, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair, we are going to move to integrated systems. Mr. Werner will take us through at high levels.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Werner.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I represent Integrated System Solutions, which is a division as part of the Denel stable. And we actually started developing sovereign systems quite a long time ago, around 2003. And we mainly focused on being a sovereign capability to service the SANDF in terms of their needs. So looking at the slide that actually demonstrates the capability high level. So I'm going to run through the rest of the information. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, looking at this slide, that actually illustrates the MOBAD's Mobile Air Defense System Regiment overview and composition, which actually includes, call it systems on its own, which also, it's a system approach that we actually follow here. And looking at specifically the vehicles that's demonstrated or that's shown there, that is part of typically looking at the top row there is the rifle vehicles as well as the support vehicles. And then further on going down, looking at the weapon systems as well as sensors. So most of them, it's all about command and control. So that is just figure of showing that capability. Can we move to the next slide? Another part of our development process was actually to develop the military image interpretation system that's actually currently installed at Jarrick. It's part of the Air Force capability. And ISS successfully delivered that system and it was installed at Jarrick. And the main purpose of that system is the exploitation of images over land and air and also sea. So currently the system are on operation, but ISS hope to actually get the support contract to support the SAF to ensure that the system can be maintained and also that the system are available. Next slide, please. Okay, looking at the Mobile Tactical Operations Center, that is actually a container that actually consists of command and control capability, which is actually part of the GBAT's portfolio. And it's a 6-meter shipping container that can be moved around, and it's also equipped with the necessary power to actually operate it, as well as the command and control stations inside. That operation center is primarily used for the GBAT's stable. So can we move to the next slide? The next slide actually illustrates more of the equipment that's part of that of the Air Defence Operating Center, which is actually that tactical operation center that I talk about. So I think that the system is part of the GBAT stable, although it can also be extracted from GBATs and also be for other programs as well. It's a very rugged operation center. So yeah, we're proud to say that we as ISS has developed that as a product system. Can we move to the next slide? Now, looking at specifically the programs that ISS has done over time, and part of it is the functional systems that forms part of the GBAT system. If we look at typically on that slide, there's the tactical command and control system, which is the DCCS software. ISS done the system engineering on that, but it has been developed by contractors at the end, so it's qualified tactical command and control system. Then the same applies to the air defense control system software, which was also developed by a subcontractor and integrated by ISS. That's also part of the GBAT's capability. Also, part of that system is also the middleware system that was actually developed by ISS. And then the communication system, which consists of various products from industry. Looking at that, that's the functional systems that actually form part of the GBATs at the end of the day as this capability. So proud to say that we did the system engineering on that as well as manage the development on it. So can we move then to the next slide?
Thank you, Mr.
Been done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
Dr. William will continue, Chair. Thank you very much, CEO. Good morning, Chairperson, the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members of Parliament. My name is William Hlakwani. I'm the Group Executive responsible for Landward capability. Chair and members of Parliament, the picture that you see, these are the capability that Denel Landward offers. From fire detection system, integrated logistics, ammunition, system engineering, development and testing, also procurement and integration of a different system, weapon design, structural modeling, as well as vehicle design. What you see there is G6. I think the Group CEO has spoken a lot about the G6, which is our pride and joy. Developed in the 1970s, one of the most versatile artillery system in the world. 50 years later, it's still operational in many countries, including South Africa. Then we go to the second slide. Also, Chair and members, this is our product offering from the Landward. We provide a motor system, we design them, we build them, and of course, yes, and some of these are integrated in various systems across the world. What we pride ourselves with is the design and development of the, this is your turreted system. You can see there on your left-hand side, the Hoofester famous. That turret system was designed, developed and manufactured here in South Africa and sold in some of the countries outside of South Africa. We also have some of the infantry that are used by the subs as well as the SANDF. Also, some of the anti-rifle material that are also produced by Denel and also used by our own local army. Second slide. This is our manufacturing facilities. We have various manufacturing facilities in Landward. Some of the plants are based in Littleton campus, wherein we manufacture, all your infantry weapons, those turret systems, the barrels, 45 caliber, 52 caliber, they're all being locally here in Littleton. In Benoni campus, which is what formerly was called DVS at the time, is still DVS integrated into Landward. All our APC, which is our armored piercing carriers, they're all being manufactured in that campus, although not functional at the moment. But we still manufacture vehicles in that plant. And we have the Alroad campus, which is known as gear ratio, where we do driveline systems, for the very same G6 that you saw. Driveline of that G6 has been manufactured in the Alroad campus. Now, of course, yes, we have PNP, which is based in Pretoria West, here in Gauteng. Thank you very much. You can go to the following slide. Further to the G6 development in the 1970s, through R&D, we have developed what we now call the T5, which is the second generation of our SPH, which is the self-propelled howitzer. The CEO spoke widely about it to say it's the most sought after. He spoke about one of the biggest opportunities, the 15 billion opportunity. That 15 billion opportunity is on this particular product, which is called the T552. It's a 52 caliber, and we're still marketing this particular product worldwide. And we pride ourselves with this design. It's modern. We are doing a lot of upgrades to further compete with the rest of the world in terms of the artillery system. But of course, yes, we have the RG31, which is one of our pride, also used worldwide in many countries in Europe as well as Canadian countries, chairperson. But of course, yes, there are a lot of improvements that we are doing on the gun lane navigation system. Both we are doing the upgrades on the G6. As I said, G6 is 50 years old, and most of the countries that are using the G6, they're still happy, 50 years later with the gun. So we are doing a lot of upgrades and development, and those we are integrating them in the T5. I think on the far right, we are just demonstrating the battery setup on how we integrate the T5, the RG31, and of course, yes, ISS spoke mostly about the command and control systems. We do integrate those, across the field in theater. Thank you very much. Can we go to the second slide? On our battalion, we have all these various product offering, chairperson and members. We have the recovery vehicles on the far left. You can see we use the Tatra. We have our ammunition, which is the 155 ammunition and projectiles and chargers that have been produced by RDN, which is our sister company. But of course, yes, you've got your various modules that we're using in terms of our product offering in the battery itself. Containers, we have equipment and accessories that we normally are coupled in our command and control systems. Second slide. In PNP, Chair, and I take it that most of the members, they know what PNP does. We produce a small caliber to medium caliber ammunition, and which is also part of your infantry weapons. When we sell the infantry weapons, we sell them with this particular ammunition. We pride ourselves also with the foundry, which is a bus production, where we produce the brass, make some copper to can be able to do the bullets. But also what is most important is our primary explosives capability. And this particular function provides the explosives sort of a power to the rest of the mining sector that uses explosives in their mining sector. So we do produce what we call the lead azide, which is then used to make this explosive. So we do it in PNP as part of our value chain. Following slide. I know that the CEO did speak a lot in terms of the project, to say, we are busy with the project in PNP. Part of the project to make sure that, we have a good baseload for the next 5 years with the SANDF and also on the sub side to can be able to secure and make sure that PNP is self-sustainable. And also we are looking at various things in terms of the standardization, in terms of the funding approaches. Also, we are also looking at collaboration with the CSIR. I think a month ago, CSIR did visit PNP as part of our collaboration to look into the manufacturing plant. It's quite old. That plant was built in the 1950s. 75 years later, we are still operating that plant. So we're looking at the new machinery, new ways of manufacturing in that particular plant. So we hope that some of these studies in collaboration with CSIR will yield something positive, for Denel in moving forward. And of course, yes, we are also looking at technology funding in terms of the 23mm press printer primers, and also the 30-35mm ahead ammunition that we are looking at. The 27mm ammunition development for the clipping, and as well as the cartridges, which is a 30mm times by 172mm cartridges. So these are some of the developments that we are doing as part of an R&D within the PNP environment, Chairperson. Next slide. Some of the diversification, I think we spoke about them, which is the primers, the electronic fuses, the cartridges. This is what they look like. The Mauser ammunition for the clipping. Those are the ones that I spoke about in the last slide. This is what it looks like in pictures, Chairperson. On the slide. Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Chair, Mr. Justice will present Denel Dynamics to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair, Honourable Minister Motshekga, Deputy Minister, Honourable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence. My name is Justice Tutla. I'm currently the Group Executive Commercial at Denel. I'm also the Acting Group Executive for Denel Dynamics. Denel Dynamics, maybe just to give a bit of an overview on this business, Chair, is a very strategic and sovereign part of our business in Denel and for the country as defined by the Defence Review 2015. Maybe just to sort of explain how this business is structured. This business has got 3 areas. We've got the first area, which is our standoff weapon suite, which is basically the different types of missiles. We've got your surface-to-air missiles, which is mostly the Mkhonto. We've got the air-to-air missiles. We've got also the anti-tank missiles. these are the missiles that are really used in what we call a dogfight, usually using turrets. So that's basically our missile range. We also, Chair, have got the second part of of our business, which is the UAV business. This is more for intelligence. It's the Seeker suite of products. We've got the Seeker 400, which is a larger reconnaissance vehicle, and we've got the Seeker 200 as well. So they're mostly, at this point, Chair, used for ISR, which is more for intelligence gathering. What we are seeing in the world today is that, customers and customers are looking for tactical products, which is to say that maybe we need to weaponize them. So we are starting to look at development around that, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Third part of this business, Chair, is the space business. Here, basically, we build satellites, mostly your low orbit Earth satellite for observation, for disaster recovery, and for weather and agriculture. So here, this is what we would have had to have as a country to be able to predict areas like what happened in Tata. So it's important that instead of buying data from outside companies where we spend countries where we spend a lot of money, let's develop our own. And we have the capability. We are busy in a joint project with SANSA and the NEF to train some young engineers that we can actually get to a level where we have a very strong capability. The space economy is quite big, Chair, and we have not taken advantage of that. Next slide, please. Thank you. This project, Chair, is a very strategic project and a very important project for SAF and for the country as well. It's called Project Kamas. If I may, in a nutshell, this project started in 2006 in collaboration with Brazil. So this was a joint development between the two countries, and which is very important going forward, Chair, that as we go into the future to collaborate. So it was called Project Asaha. It started in 2006, but there were a few problems in the completing of the development phase. So there was a little bit of an overrun, and this ended up in 2019. And so that's when really we lost time. And when we recovered around 2020, we then ran into COVID. So this project basically has had its challenges, and it's to deliver 71 missiles to the SAF. We had to sit with Armscor and the SAF and reprioritize in terms of what types of missiles are required first. So it's important at this point to know that we are back on track. We've had issues with working capital, but we are back on track and we are delivering 9 missiles in this financial year. Thank you. All right, so this missile, Chair, is the Mkhonto missile. This is the surface-to-air missile, which is mostly deployed by the South African Navy. We also have partner countries that are using this missile, like the Finnish Navy and the Algerian Navy as well. This is the most sought-after missile today. We've engaged with the multiple countries in the Middle East, and they're very interested in working on securing this missile. So really, our role now at Denel is to really sell this missile and also support our installed base wherever it is in the world. What I can say around this missile as well is it goes anything from 15 to 20 kilometers, and what we are looking at is range extension. So it's an infrared missile, but we are, as CEO said earlier, and we'll talk about it on the Joint Strike Missile, which is the beyond visual range, we are looking at something that will go beyond that as well. Thank you. The Joint Strike Missile, Chair, is a missile that is required by the country because currently we don't have, most of our missiles are short to medium range. So we need to develop a missile that can really go beyond visual range. And this will require us to look at a radar type missile that, irrespective of the weather. So an infrared is dependent on the infrared, and it depends on whether the weather is okay. But when it comes to a radar type, you can really be able to launch it far beyond, even if the weather is not good. And I think it's important for air defense as the geopolitics change, and we as South Africa wants to make sure that we secure. So we are working on this radar development with the DoD to get funding. And this radar, this missile, once put together, because we do have the baseline, we will be able to deploy it at sea. We will deploy it on land by the Army and also by the Air Force as well. So it's very necessary. It's like the BrahMos that India has as well. Thank you. Chair, missile, the Ingwe missile, as I said earlier in my opening statement, it's a anti-tank missile. So it is basically anything from 5 to 10 kilometers. These are the most sought after missiles in the world today. If I may recall as well, we did a project with Malaysia at some point, and we supplied them with a lot of these missiles. And this was one of the biggest export contracts for Denel. It was around 7 billion. So it was on the AV8. So this missile is sought after. Today, we are busy engaging with a Middle Eastern country to look at integrating into their turret. And also they would want to buy about 2,000 of these missiles. So really, it's doing well. South Africa has got the technology. And what I may say as well, as much as we've lost engineers at Landward and Dynamics, now that things are changing with CEO putting structures in place and making sure that we are advancing, they all want to come back. Thank you. This missile is called the IMPI missile. It's a lightweight missile that we can actually fit onto a helicopter, like, Chris is talking about the Rayfalk 1.1 and also on the UAVs as well. This is 25 kilograms. So really on a UAV, a Sika 400, it can take payload of up to 100 kilograms. You can fit 4 of those in there. So literally what we are finding is that a lot of our customers that we are engaging with are saying, come up with something new. We want something tactical, not only for surveillance, but also for making sure that we become tactical. So this, we do have a demonstrator. It's a matter of just investing in making sure that we put the pieces together to produce quantities of this. Thank you. The Sika 400, Chair, is basically one of the 2 Sika products that we have. We've got the big one, which is the Sika 400 and the Sika 200. The Sika 400 can go anything up to 250 kilometers. And also with a ground station, it can extend the range up to 700 kilometers. This is basically for ISR, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, mostly used for that, Chair. So we are deploying this locally and globally. And we feel what we need to do with the Sika is basically to weaponize it, which is the first thing, make it tactical. As I said, we could even fit an IMPI on there in terms of missiles. Also, what is important is in terms of payload on the gimbal or the camera or the observer is to make sure that we're able to put another payload in there to be able to have a 360 view of what's happening around us. The most important thing as well, Chair, as we is that we wanting to put a SATCOM as well, because if you have satellite, basically, we can actually increase the range to far away. So we have good products. The most important thing is now to modernize them and to really move on with the times as well. Thank you. This is one of our products, which is an Umbani. This missile can go up to 120 kilometers. Literally, this missile carries a range of dumb bombs. So literally, in a way it works is you basically fit in an MK or dumb bomb for 110 kilograms inside. It drops off from the plane and it gets guided. Your typical bombs, you drop and it goes to where it's supposed to go, but not quite. But if you have a missile like this, you are able to navigate as to where it's supposed to be. So this is one of the products that we have that we would like to make sure that we support. Thank you. On the space side, we are developing the space capability. As I said, the space economy basically is very important, but not only for the civilian side of what we're trying to do at Denel, but also for military application as well. And what we are finding is we really have not harnessed the skill of training engineers. We used to have space tech quite a while back, and we revived the capability within Denel. We've got young engineers that wants to come back. And we believe that, making sure we work with the likes of SANSA and the DSTI, we can be able to move forward. So we are busy working on a current project called EOSat-1. This is a low Earth observation, as I mentioned, and it's more of an integration than anything. There's no development at this stage. And we plan to put the satellite together. It's about 200 kilograms, and it'll be useful for that. So this will really be a very good opportunity for us as Denel. We also have, as Chris said, the OTR facility in the Cape, where we can upgrade that facility to a level where international companies that want to launch will not go to places like French Guinea, but they will come to South Africa because we've got a great place there in the Western Cape, and it's next to the sea, and we'll be able to deploy. And obviously, the last point to make is around, obviously, the space fund. Now, one of the challenges we've had, and CEO has said it as well, our balance sheet is not strong enough to be able to take more debt. And we've got to find smart ways of partnership and raising funding to be able to create all of this around us so we're not dependent on the fiscus. Thank you. CEO, I think that's for you.
Chair, honorable members, this is the last slide for us. Would like to present what would say is a takeaway from our side, that we are executing the turnaround of Denel. Denel comes from a difficult time, and we want to make sure that Denel gets back to where it should be. Denel should be the pride of the country, and the colleagues that I'm working with are committed to ensure that that materializes with the constraints of liquidity and the skills that we have to get back, the culture that we have to change, but we're confident that we are going to achieve the turnaround of Denel. And the first part is to stabilize for growth, and we have managed to get it in terms of management level, technical level. We have to make sure that we stabilize that part as well, to be able to execute the programs and achieve the growth that we're looking into. And the ethical high performance culture, because unless we have that, we can conclude contracts, but will not be able to realize, will not be able to deliver. And then the improvement of liquidity. We get contracts sometimes, and then we can't raise guarantees, and the contracts are cancelled. An example is Denel Dynamics, where a few years ago, Denel Dynamics received a contract from Egypt, a huge contract, multi-billion contract. It had to be cancelled. UAE cancelled an unmanned system, a UAV contract for Denel Dynamics, because we couldn't raise guarantees. So we have to make sure that our balance sheet is strong enough to support the requirements for the business. And the other important one that we are driving hard is to ensure that we conclude and deliver on Hufeiste. The Army requirement for Hufeiste hasn't gone away because it's part of the force design. And the fact that it was paused around 2018, it was paused. And we don't understand how can we not pause, even if it was paused then, why didn't we continue in 2019? Sort out whatever the problems were and continue in 2019. So we had a good meeting with the Chief of the Army, Arms Corps, and DOD, the Defense Material. to say we cannot bury our heads in the sand. We have to make sure that Chief Army receives the capability that he's looking forward to. So we need to deliver on Who Faced Her. And Chair and members, we have been able to deliver the same as Who Faced Her to Malaysia, and Malaysia has been operating the system successfully. So we have to get alignment with colleagues from AMSCO to say, can we get moving on Who Faced Her, whatever it is, but let's conclude the program. And then the other section that we thought it's important for us to communicate is the governance and internal controls. The governance and internal controls collapsed Denel. We have to make sure that we strengthen that, we improve that, because even if we work hard on programs and we don't work hard on internal controls, we are going to fail. We have to change from this audit that we have currently to more a favorable audit opinion of a clean audit. And you can only achieve it through good governance and strengthening internal controls. And the leadership of both technical and management, we have to have that in place so that the young people that we want to attract back into the business, they can have look forward to and be guided by experienced technical and management leaders. And the support for SANDF hasn't been the best the past few years. We need to make sure that we improve the support to SANDF and the broader security cluster to ensure that when SANDF says, I want ammunition, ammunition is available. I want to operate my system is available. And PMP, as we spoke about, we have Denel has invested money. We have to make sure that the first part of rejuvenation is succeeds, and then the bigger reinvestment in PMP will need much more money. And the guarantees, as I said, it's a big problem for us. If we want to grow the business, we have to have guarantees. We have to be able to raise guarantees and performance bonds so that we can execute the contracts. And Chair and honorable members, the last part, which is at the heart of sustainability of Denel, is to make sure that we get attract and invest in young applied engineering skills. We have to get the young people back. We used to have a lot of young engineers, a lot of them left during difficult times. And they are willing, if Denel stabilizes fully, these young people want to come. Young people don't like risk. When there's risk, they run. So we want to make sure that we create an environment for these young people to come back, and we are working hard on that. Chair, thank you. Honorable members, thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity. And I must apologize for the beginning that didn't go so well. I'm not sure why our system didn't allow us to share the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have received a request from Honorable Tidimalo to take her, to allow her to speak first because she's not in a position where she can clearly raise her hand. So I will note her, but let me say, honorable members, we will allow every member 5 minutes to be able to raise their questions, and hoping that we will be able to do that within that 5 minutes time. Then, depending on, it's been a long presentation, it's taken us a solid 3 hours. 2 hours from 9 o'clock. We are left with an hour for questions and responses, and so I'm not cutting the members off. I'm just highlighting that. I will note other hands as they are being raised, but Honorable Lekhwase, you are on the floor. Honorable Halaf to follow. Honorable Briet. Honorable Lekhwase.
Thank you very much, co-chairpersons, colleagues from Denel, and honorable members. Good morning. My apologies, Chairperson, I'll not even be able to open my camera. Chair, we've had, and I must appreciate the comprehensive presentation that has been made before us, and appreciate and take note of the challenges which were raised. But Chair, out of those challenges, I would now like to see clarity on a few issues. I want Denel to give us the latest status or an update on the latest of the project. Is it Hoof Easter from Denel perspective, from their perspective, the progress, and I want to check a final decision on the way forward that they have been taken towards this project. And do Denel want to tell us that they have the capacity to finalize the project? I'm raising this, Chair, noting that from where I am seated, Denel has a problem, or Denel, is it Denel Dynamics, has a serious problem, as most of their engineers has left, and it has just been confirmed now by the CEO. But also, Chair, I've noted what was raised about the financial situation at the Denel. So my question would be that what is the current status of Denel's liquidity challenges, and how are they planning to address the debt obligation because of the reasons that they have just given us? This is just a follow-up, Chair. And I would want also for them to give us an information on the company's revenue growth strategy and how they plan to achieve the revenue targets, Chairperson. And also I want to check on how, or can they really give us more information on their partnership with local and international companies, especially the Rain Metal Denel and the Rain Metal and Hensoldt SA. They have just spoken about it in passing, Chairperson. And I stand to be corrected on this one, Chairperson. We've just been told that the Makopa missile is being used in other countries. But from where I am seated, Chairperson, I know that Egypt has cancelled the order for the Denel's Makopa, Umkondo surface-to-air missiles. A contract that was worth 4.9 billion was cancelled in 2019. And it was lost because of the capacity constraints of Denel. But to us in the presentation, unless if I did not capture it correctly, Chairperson, it was presented to us as if all is well and there is no problem. And also I want to check, Chair, how is the Denel planning to leverage its capabilities and products to support the growth of the South African defense industry? Yes, they have good plans, but they are not getting more into detail on how are they going to make sure that they achieve whatever that they are planning to achieve in this term, Chair. And also we must emphasize the issue of gender balance, Chairperson, on the executive team of the Denel. In my view, where I am seated, Chair, there's underrepresentation of males and also people with disabilities. They must be taken into consideration. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I must apologize, members. When I was going through my list, the participants, I started from below, so I didn't notice the ones, especially Mr. Niehaus and Mr. Hatting, but please bear with me. There was no intention not to take you on time. So with that, can we now go to Honorable Hala?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, colleagues from Denel. Indeed, Honorable Chair, it was a too long presentation that took us 2 hours. I believe that in the near future, we'll try and sort this out, not to be given presentations that take too long. Chair, my question is, now that Denel is unable to execute any of its orders, how are they going to raise this 10% performance guarantee? The second one would be, what foreign opportunities are they pursuing? Are those foreign opportunities have the ability to execute the contracts if they are successful? The last question, Honorable Chair, would be, Denel has indicated that they are profitable. Will these profits be reinvested in Denel Aerospace to ensure that it does not go the same path as PMP, where profits were not reinvested? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hala. I will take Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just proof of life, here I am. And then I will, for bandwidth and to accommodate Denel, I will just switch off my video. Chairperson, thank you, and I want to thank the presentation. I think it was a well-compiled presentation. I am worried, however, and I think the Honourable Lekwase did make mention of this. It's a lot of high-level, and I do not mean to sound derogatory when I say this, but a lot of fluff. There is a lot of, we are planning to, I think one of the last ones says, we will improve internal controls, but we do not see or know or get clear distinction of how we will address the internal control issues that have been an issue and that have been raised. So I would like to start there and say, what was the internal control issues that were identified? How are we going to address them? Leading to that, specifically the AGSA audit report and the, now I've lost my English words for it, the repeat findings. How are we addressing those repeat findings to ensure that they do not occur again? And then, Chairperson, following from that, what is the turnaround strategy? What is the time frame that Denel is allocating to the turnaround strategy? Because there's a lot of things that must happen and will take place, and there are plans for. So I think I would like a clear cut. What is the short-term, the medium, the long-term goals? What are the timeframes in terms of these goals, and how will we address them, and how will we measure them? I think we need to do that. Chairperson, then maybe a remark, but also leading to a question, is that I think it was the first presenter that said Denel really started taking a nosedive in 2020 with COVID, and that they haven't been able to recover from COVID. But in the same presentation, it was said that the last time Denel was profitable was the 2015-16 financial year. Now, Chairperson, excuse me if I'm mistaken, but COVID happened in 2020, not in 2015. So what was the reason for the initial 5 years of Denel not being profitable, and how are they foreseeing that they are? But I think Honourable Lekwase did mention this. How are we going to turn that around? Chairperson, then getting to the staff, I would like to know what is the current staff component of Denel, and what is the vacancy rate of Denel, and where are the highest positions that are vacant, and is this impacting their service delivery to their clients? Because we've seen in many other departments and entities that is where the big problem lies. Then, in terms of sticking to personnel, I would like to know, when was the last time that a skills audit was done to the staff? And what then happens after such a skills audit? Is there improvement strategies? Is there internal training? A lot was made mention of interns and scholarships and bursaries and, things with schools and trying to get engineers and doctorates and those things. But in terms of your current staff component, what are the training possibilities there? I think that's very important. Chairperson, then I have 4 last questions. Are there
You have
currently
1
any
minute for
outstanding
those 3
contracts?
questions.
Any outstanding contracts that is there, and have Denel lost any contracts that have been cancelled because they have not been able to perform or to deliver the products that were offered? And then, Chair, I see it's only one last question. We got a very pretty presentation about all of the services and all of the products that Denel offer. Are they currently producing all of that products that we have been told about? And if not, why not? And if we are not producing them, by when will we have full capacity to actually produce all of this? Chairperson, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, my microphone didn't want to come on. Let me first of all thank the executive of Denel for the presentation. What I would like to ask both of them and also to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans is how the handover process of Denel back to the Department of Defence is going. That has been since the 1st of April. I would like to know if there are performance agreement contracts that have been entered into with the executive of Denel on the basis of the needs of the Department of Defence, since the DoD is now the shareholder that is indeed overseeing the functioning of Denel. I would like to know what performance agreements there are and how those will be followed up and executed. In that particular context, I would like to know more. What is happening with Project Hoefyster? We've just been given a short reference to Project Hoefyster really at the end of this presentation, but we all know that there have been disagreements between Arms Corps and Denel about Project Hoefyster. And I must say, during the time that we went for the oversight visit, we were shown some of the various components of Project Hoefyster also being stored in warehouses, but I was not convinced that what we saw there counts up to the commitment that Denel has made with regards to delivery. Then I would like to hear from Denel what is happening with regards to Rheinmetall, Denel Munitions, Herschel, and Beige Dynamics. They referred to these companies and they've got a minority shareholding in these companies, which is indeed very unfortunate. And I think big mistakes were made by previous ministers of defense and military veterans, having allowed Denel to lose a controlling shareholding in these companies. And I very specifically want to know what happened with Beige Dynamics and also Edge Technologies in the United Arab Emirates, because it is my understanding that the Cheetah CRAM, standing for Counter Rocket Artillery and Mortar, which was a very promising project indeed, but because of dysfunctionality within Denel, it led to a situation where the whole development team left and they took their expertise to the Edge Group in the UAE, and that project has since been completed and is now for sale with the Edge Group. I heard somewhere during the presentation some discomfort about Edge being expressed. I would like to know what is going on there, and I would like to know from the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans together with Denel whether there are any intentions to turn this minority shareholding in a company such as Beige Dynamics but also Herschel and RDM around, because we are losing massive revenue and expertise to these companies. We all know that Rheinmetall Denel Munitions has ramped up its manufacturing capacity in South Africa. It is very successful. It makes huge profits, but the bulk of that profits does not go to South Africa and is not, in fact, benefiting Denel. Then, Chair, I'm going to conclude. I would like to know a bit more about Pretoria metal pressings, because it concerns me. We hear a lot of good intentions there, but we had an oversight visit to PMP, and we all know what our impression was, that the company was dysfunctional, that in fact we were not told the truth about the company being operational. In fact, we were told that there was some kind of stock-taking process, while it was evident that a large part of that company was not working. And there are huge outstanding contracts which damages not only PMP's name, but also the name of Denel with regards to munitions and contracts owned to, for example, Nigeria. I still have many other questions, Chair, but since you indicate to me that I should conclude, I will leave it there. But I really would like to know what is happening with RDM, Herschel and Baj, and I would like to know what happened with the Cheetah Sea RAM project and why we've lost all of that expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hatton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you also for the presentation. Very, like you've said, Chair, a 2-hour presentation, extensive presentation. But if we look at what we've received, it's more about Denel's potential, perhaps lost potential, ambition, and dreams, all hamstrung by what has happened, perhaps as a result of the 9 wasted years, which a lot of it is contained within the Zondo reports. Chair, having said that, we know that Denel has received more than 10 billion, I think 10.15 billion in direct bailout funding since 2019. In addition, National Treasury has also extended a 4.4 billion government guarantee facility with 1.2 billion ring fence for conditional release in this current financial year. Now, that is a lot of money. And I would like to know, and I know I won't get the response in this meeting. I would like to know, to have a detailed breakdown of all this bailout, and now recently we call it recapitalization funds, which is actually the same thing. How much of this money, it's a lot of money, was used to settle legacy debt for SARS, example SARS, Armspoor, others unpaid salaries, bonuses, whatever. And how much of this was invested in restoring Denel's operational support to the SANDF and towards other contractual obligations that it had, and how much of this was actually applied toward new product development, R&D, the missile renewal, and sovereign capabilities. And coming to the current financial year, there are certainly certain conditions linked to the 1.2 billion ring fence guarantee. I would like to know whether these conditions have been met, and if there are any conditions that appear have not been met or will not be met. Is Denel meeting the targets set for the current ring fence guarantees? Then the Project Gala and Tusano, previously Tusano. We know that Denel is the OEM for most of the SANDF's Landward platforms. Yet through to Gala and previously to SANU. This was taken away from Denel. Is there any possibility that Denel can take full responsibility of what is actually being done through Tisano and Gala to restore its strategic capability and obligations towards the SANDF? And also like to get a response from the minister on this one, if there is a understanding of the impact that outsourcing maintenance of the SANDF landward vehicles to foreigners, what impact it has on Denel and on our local capability and also on job creation. Then I would like to know what financial operational capability requirements would be needed for Denel to resume its full spectrum of vehicle and system support. And has this been costed? Is there a plan? Then I think I'm running out of time. Chair, you suggested 5 minutes. I've also got some more questions. Perhaps I should put it in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciated, Honorable Hatting. Honorable Blakis.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also follow suit, Chair, in welcoming the long presentation. Mine, Chair, I don't know, did I hear the presenter correct when he was saying that Denel's most of the engineers is all over the country? What that said, Chair, I think one of my colleagues have already asked maybe to get a clear indication on the vacancy rate in senior management except for the heads. What rate of vacancy do they have on the senior management level, and also how it's shared amongst the gender? So I think that was already asked, Chair. I will not go there. And then, Chair, I will also want to ask what the strategy, what Denel's turnaround strategy that they are putting to us without strategic partners or industry players. How do they themselves think they will turn around the Denel again, knowing that most of the expertise have left them for these industries? So how do they think they will make sure that they turn around, and the strategy that they have will be fed without industry being involved in it? So that is the second one, Chair. Also, Chair, on the matter of Denel becoming a growing concern, as they are saying, how do they think? When do they think they will as Denel be on a level footing where they've said now we've arrived and we are now breaking even? Do they have a time frame in mind on that one? Also, Chair, I think one of the colleagues have raised this issue on what Denel losing as much engineer capacity in themselves as Denel. Have they think to begin to profile what is left in the company still? Did they begin to do that kind of risk skills profiling, and how is that one having an impact on or exposing them in trying to serve the international contracts that they are saying that they are having? How do they service the international contracts with this shortage of the skills that are actually themselves saying that engineers have left and most of the company experts have left them. So, Chair, that is basically some of the questions that I think I will ask. I will not waste time. Some of the things have been raised, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Noah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to show, sorry, just to show my face. Thank you. Chair, just to bring the department also into the picture. Given that the Department of Defense and Military is now responsible for both Armscor and Denel, and responsible for both manufacturing and procuring strategic defense capabilities of the African Defense Force. Now, the question arises, does the ministry have shareholder oversight capacity to ensure that we can both avoid governance mishaps as in the past, but ensure that shareholder leadership of the alignment, there's alignment between these two entities to deliver on the South African Defence Force orders in time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shelembe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Oh, well, Chair, I know a lot has been asked, but Chair, I mean, considering that Denel is presenting to us that the leadership is now in place except the executive, I mean, the board of executive. I just want to know if they speak of the recovery plan. In my understanding, there are some, I mean, main stakeholders that need to be engaged when they are doing, I mean, as far as their recovery plan is concerned. Like, I mean, Armscor. I'm checking now if, I mean, how often or when did they last meet with Armscor with regard, because most of the contracts are like, I mean, given to them by Armscor. If Armscor is aware of that recovery plan, and also if Armscor is satisfied that the recovery plan in place is going to meet their demand. That is, I mean, my question. The second one, I mean, is the issue regarding the relationship between Armscor and Denel, which, according to my understanding, is not good. Referring to the presentation that we had with Denel when we were on oversight, as well, I mean, as I mean, the issue of Armscor. Now, I want to know from the minister if there was any meeting where both, I mean, Armscor and Denel were sitting on one table in her presence to ensure that, I mean, at the end of the day, we are, I mean, clear of the future of Denel. Well, I mean, Kalni House has also raised, I mean, the question about, I mean, Denel being taken back to SANDF, to the DOD. The reason I'm asking that question from the minister is just to know if, I mean, these two are in good relationship now, so that we can see that recovery plan being, I mean, put, I mean, in place. Also, I mean, when it comes to the last one, Chair, will be the issue of the Pretoria metal pressing. I'm worried after we had an oversight there that there was a sign of not having a clear succession plan or transferring of skills. In that recovery plan, can we be given, I mean, an assurance that the PMP is now going to be back and operational as before? And well, we cannot run away also that, I mean, the 9 wasted years has also, I mean, a big impact on the running of the Denel. But now we want, I mean, the way forward. If, I mean, those people who were involved, I mean, in making it difficult for Denel to perform, whether they are still there or they have gone and left the company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shelembe. Honorable Sokanyile. I don't know what's happening, Honorable Sokanyile. Maybe for now we can take the Honorable Co-Chair.
Chair, just before the Co-Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me as well greet the members, officials of Denel, honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Ministers on the platform. Chair, mine is only one question that all the officials who presented here, all of them spoke about the difficulties of securing the guarantees from the financial institutions. My question is, it goes to the Minister, the Minister, as the officials all indicated, the hope to turn the institution around. Is the department assisting in dealing with this issue of guarantees? Because of they can have all the plans, they can have all the hopes and a will to do things, to turn things around, but without any finance, they weren't able to do anything. So my question, Minister, is that is the department assisting this institution, which was clearly indicated that it was on the downslide, but it is more now trying to to get out of the ICU. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Sokanyile. I don't know. It looks like she's been kicked out. We will go back to her when she comes back. I think we will allow you, colleagues from Denel, to answer those questions. The Minister, there was a specific question about shareholder oversight in relation to whether there is capacity both to exercise shareholder oversight of these two entities, AMSCO and Denel, and to ensure shareholder leadership, to align both of them to meet the requirements of our National Defence Force. And I think whilst we appreciate this extensive introduction we received today, it would be interesting to listen from the point of view of the shareholder, what the view of the department is of Denel in terms of its current status and what happens going forward. Because as members were saying, the briefing today was more about the company, its various entities and subsidiaries, as well as its plans. But the interest is on what is the current status. What's the current status in terms of the skills that are there? You know, if you look at the situation in the Middle East, just making an example, the advanced missiles that are being used in that conflict, the question would be, where are we in terms of our own capacity to develop such advanced capabilities? And if that capability exists, would the current skills profile of Denel and its technological infrastructure enable us to develop equipment of that nature, looking at all the new dynamics in terms of warfare and the experiences we had, for example, in the DRC. Are we capable of developing capabilities that would enable us going into that situations of that nature to be able to stand our own as a country and be confident that our National Defence Force is well supported with equipment to withstand conflicts of that nature? And the issue that I think I would like to underscore is the question of gender. Minister, the presenters were all male, and these are executive managers of Denel. It's a matter that should worry us, and I know that because of your own background as a leader of women, you would be worried about this fact that we have an all-male presentation here today. So, colleagues, let me hand over. I think, Minister, we will let the colleagues from Denel respond first, and then you will come in at the end, providing political overview and responding to other questions which you think strategically you would be most positioned to respond to. So, GCE, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our members as well for the questions.
I think, sorry, GC, the question should also come to you, I think, about gender profiling, because you are running the company. The minister is the shareholder, but you are running the company. You surely should be worried about the gender profile of the company at the present moment, and what are your plans in order to fix that situation? You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I will address that one before I get to the others. It's a concern for us, and I mention it to my colleagues every time when we are in meetings. I say, but it looks like this is a boys' club. Chair, what happened when we recruit? We don't get responses from the ladies. I think because of where Denel is. I think most ladies don't want to take the risk to come into a company that there's no certainty that is going to be successful. And most times, the ladies they look after homes, and I think they don't want to take a risk, and they don't earn a salary in some months. But I think the people that came through that raised their hands to say we want to be part of the journey to make sure that Denel recovers. They took risks. We all took risks to make sure that Denel recovers. But we are working on it, Chair and honorable members, to make sure that we create an environment where ladies can come in. The next level of management, we are appointing ladies now. And in terms of succession, we already started working on the succession plan to ensure that those ladies will move up into executive positions. We are really working hard on that one. If I can, I'll try and answer some questions, Chair and honorable members, and my colleagues will deal with the others. And maybe I can deal with the partnership with RDM and SALT, the status where we are. We sit in the boards of these entities, in these associate entities, to make sure that the interests of Denel are looked after. And when there's a divergence from what the country wants of these associates, then we come back to report to say maybe we should look at the forward-looking. For instance, we are going to review the strategy of Denel starting from July. And one of the items to talk about is the future of the associates. Do we still want to be minorities as associates, or do we want to take control of the associates? And whether they will agree or they will invest, take out, sell their shares and leave. So we have to look at that. And I must say that because this is a closed meeting, last week I was informed by Hensoldt that
no, it's not closed. It's not closed. It's not closed.
Oh, it's not closed.
No.
Okay.
If you seek to provide confidential information to the committee, we can make arrangements for that to happen. But for now, be aware that the meeting is open.
It's open.
Yes.
Okay. But Chair, we are going to look into review the future of relationship. I must say, RDM the relationship with Ryan Matar, it's working well. We monitor their operations. There are a lot of investments in the operations, and this past financial year, they paid dividends. They paid about 100 million rands of dividends to Denel, and it's the only one that's paying dividends now. And we are happy with that progress. And in terms of liquidity, Denel liquidity, and whether we are going to be able to execute the work without the money, that is a daily struggle for us to execute and execute the turnaround of Denel. Liquidity situation of Denel is it's a big concern. As leadership of Denel, we on daily basis we make sure that every cent counts, and we make sure that if we can extend the creditors, we extend. As we speak now, we are sitting with about plus or minus 700 million rands of creditors that were supposed to have been paid out of the recap. But I think there was just too much to pay on the recap. I think we'll provide the breakdown on what happened. The other question was, we should say how did we spend the money? What did we spend the money on? The recap money. We'll provide that report. But we're still sitting with a huge creditors figure that we have to get rid of. And then the other question was around why did we lose the Egypt contract? Because the question was, wasn't it because we didn't have skills to execute? At that time, when the Egypt contract was signed, we still had skills to execute the contract. But Denel couldn't raise guarantees. And Egypt waited for a very long time for us until they gave up and said, no, they are going somewhere else. And they went to buy from somewhere else and cancel the contract. And immediately, honorable members, immediately after Egypt canceled the contract with Dynamics, a lot of engineers, that's when a lot of engineers left, because that was their hope that that contract was going to be a multi-year contract that will keep them busy. Immediately after that, they were gone. And the other question was around foreign opportunities that we'll be able to execute. The contracts that we concluded, we are able to execute. We have the capacity to execute because it's support contracts, it's production contracts. The problem comes when we have to develop new products. Then we have to get those skills back. But I must say as well, a lot of young people that were developed or grown up or brought up within Denel, they've already raised their hands. They say they want to be part of the recovery of Denel, which is really heartwarming that the young people can raise their hands and say, we want to be part of Denel because Denel made us what we are today. And the reinvestment in Aero, as we make money, we have already allocated money for Aero to invest in Aero, so that because it's already out of ICU, both Captain Park and Aniston operations, they are both out of ICU. So instead of starving them and then they die like the others, so we are investing in these two entities. We have a big CapEx program going at OTR so that we modernize the equipment there. So we are doing that. And the other question was around what are we doing about the control environment? AG SA's findings, audit findings, what are we doing about it? Because we said we are going to. But we have already started working on those. We are closing a lot of them already. We are sitting at a good figure of closure of the audit findings. And we have improved the controls already. We have what we call a culture shift that we have agreed with the board and AGSA. And AGSA is monitoring that culture shift that we've committed to change the way we do things in the company. So the controls we are working hard. The other big part of findings is because of the ICT system that is not operating well. We have fragmented systems in Denel. Aerospace has got their system, OTR has got their system, PMP has got their system, Dynamics has its own, and Landward has their own system. And all of them are not working well. So we have already started a project to invest in a new ICT system altogether. We are approving the strategy of the new system in August, the strategy for the ICT strategy, for it to be implemented from September. So we hope that by mid next year we'll have signed off a new ICT system. Because if we don't have a reliable system, the data that we audit, it's most of the time inaccurate. So currently we are making sure that we have that ICT system in place so that we can have reliable data that we work with. And the other question was around what are the short-term, long-term actions that we are taking for the turnaround of Denel. The short-term for us is to make sure that we change the culture of working. We have to get the orders in, and those we are already working on, and to make sure that our customers have confidence that Denel is really back. The long term for us, for sustainable recovery of Denel, is to invest in the operations and invest in new technologies, so that as Chair spoke about the missiles, our missiles were designed some time ago. We have to have technologies inputted into our missiles to modernize them so that they can deal with the current warfare. So unless we invest in development and research and development work, we are not going to be able to sustain Denel going into the future. So the long term is for us to invest in the operations, how we work, and on the future products. And the other question was the loss pre-COVID, because we said COVID was a big problem that resulted in Denel struggling. The losses were started before COVID, but Denel could still operate and still had plans to recover. But I must say that even then, we didn't invest enough in rejuvenation, because I remember the decision to invest in Denel, PMP, was made in 2014. I was still in Denel then. And the board approved that. But in 2015, that was cancelled when PMP had already ordered new machinery for rejuvenation. If that project had gone ahead, would be sitting with a working PMP today. So the COVID was the last nail in the, especially with Denel Dynamics. I think the others could navigate other areas of business. Denel Dynamics was the one that suffered most. And the vacancy, where we're sitting in terms of vacancies, I don't have the number. I think we'll prepare to answer, provide the answer in writing. But we currently, as we speak, the Aeronautics, Captain Park, and OTR. Last year, we approved appointment of technical people, and they're talking of, I think OTR is about 70. Yes. And Aeronautics is about 157. And we are currently employing because there's a need in those areas. The other areas we have started now to appoint people, and the focus is on technical people. We want people that will see work out of the door. And the skills audit, the other question around that was this. We are currently busy with appointing a firm to help us to evaluate the skills in Denel. To be able to, when we talk about the new strategy of Denel, we are able to talk about the skills that we have and the skills that we require, and then we have skills gap, but because we have a view, but it might not be a correct view. So we need an independent person to come in to look at the skills that we have and the skills that we need, whether there's a gap. And training possibilities, we do have training possibilities, but I must say it's difficult. You know, when the company doesn't have money, it's difficult to train. You prioritize your creditors, you prioritize operations, you prioritize compliance, and training takes a back seat. But we are doing a little bit of training here and there. We are working on getting back to technical training at a high level. And the other question was around contracts that we concluded, whether we are executing them. I think I did respond to that most of the contracts that we have are more support contracts, and production. So they're easy to execute. So we are able to execute. But as soon as we receive development contracts, we'll need the top-end engineers to work on them. And then the status of food waste, I think I'll leave that to my colleague, Dr. William will handle that. We had a meeting, like I said, we had a meeting with AMSCO, DOD, Material Division, and the Army to look at where are we with food waste and where are we going. So he will give that feedback. And I must say as well, if I can answer the other question of how do we work with AMSCO. AMSCO, we work very well with AMSCO. We work very well. We meet almost every week. Monthly, we have a steering committee meeting where board members are also sitting so that we are aligned. So we work very well. The only problem is on who faced it. The other places work very well. So the problem here is from Denel is saying, you shouldn't have stopped the contract. We should have continued to have delivered the contract. AMSCO says, but you didn't have capability to execute the contract that time. But whilst we're arguing, the Army is suffering. So, but I must say that we work very well with AMSCO except for who faced it. But we have a joint view now that says who faced it, phase one must be concluded. And phase two, reshape it and deliver phase two. And then the Cheetah C CRM project that moved from Denel to the UAE. We are being assisted by SIU on this matter, and we are meeting with SIU, I think, in a week's time or so, 2 weeks' time. for them to update us on the progress. So every time FSIU needs information, they consult us to provide information, but they're assisting us to find out what happened to Denel IP and whether it can be recoverable. I must say that AMSCO did an audit last year on the IP matter in the UAE, and the report that came back was to say they didn't find anything wrong. But from our side, we said we are going to allow SIU to conclude the process because we are not experts in this space. And SIU, I must say, SIU is helping us. And the breakdown for the bailouts, I think we'll prepare that. We don't have it here with us. And the conditions of bailout, the conditions that we didn't meet was the sale of non-core. And Minister of Finance did say later on the last committee, I think early this year, that that condition is lifted. And the new condition is we have to prove that Denel is going to be able to sustain itself. It's not going to come back for other bailouts. So that's what we are working on now. And then the support plan, I think for the vehicles, I'll leave that to Dr. William to tell us what are we doing about supporting the vehicles in the army. And then the vacancy rate with the engineers that left. The vacancy rate, I think we'll provide that information. But the engineers that left, some of them, like I said, are willing to come back, want to come back. They've already inquired. But we have to create an opportunity for young engineers to come in because technology has moved on. The design engineer 25 years ago, like Mr. Werner, maybe slower than a young engineer that's designing now. And we need to give space to the young engineers and provide guidance so that we can be able to realize the new technologies and products. Because when you have the old engineers, they want to design the old products. So we have to, all the time, convince them that we have to go ahead. And the other question, Chair, is when will Denel break even? We didn't anticipate that the financial year 24-25 would be profitable. So our plan was by the financial year 27-28 will start being profitable. So 26-27 will be hovering around break even. But we're hoping that we can continue being profitable going forward. But our corporate plan says we will be profitable in year 3 from the last financial year. And the other question was PMP and the succession plans. I'll leave that to Mr. Mpot to answer that one in terms of succession plans on skills at PMP. And then the question was the people who destroyed Denel, are they still in the employ of Denel? I must say, those that I know that were mentioned are no longer in Denel, but there are others that are doing smaller things that are affecting the performance and the progress of Denel. So we appointed an internal auditor people. We have a function that's established now that's helping us to identify all the areas where things are not done properly. And I must say we are making good progress on that to make sure that we run Denel as a proper business, not where people can come and be naughty at. And the difficulty of securing guarantees is a difficulty that we have, but I must say that Honorable Minister and the Minister's Office is very supportive to support the raising of guarantees with Minister of Finance because I think the success of Denel has been realized, and we're getting support from our minister and Minister of Finance. The banks, the biggest problem that we have is the banks, because Denel has been in problems for many years. The banks are not supportive of our future plans. So we still have to, it's either we get new banking friends or we convince them that we have changed, we are going to work better with them. And I think I've answered the questions. If I can ask my colleagues to answer those that I haven't touched on. Dr. William, Mr.
Thank you very much, CEO. Chair, with regards to Hoofester progress so far, I can just give you just a high level, sort of a background. The Hoofester had two-part contract, phase 1 and phase 2. So phase 1 was more on the design and development. Phase 2 was the execution, which is actually building the actual vehicles. So 2007, this contract was signed, which is 1. 2016, fast forward 2016, the so-called PBL, which is a production baseline, presumably was reached. And then that would have resulted in being commissioned. However, between 2016 and 2018, you'll note that there are vehicles that have been built. Those were built behind that baseline that was then reached in 2016. 2018, then Armscor paused the contract. Then that resulted in us not building the actual vehicles going forward. So with regards to phase 1, which is a development phase, there were issues between Denel and Armscor to be dealt with. And I think we have narrowed the issues to a point wherein we have, in most cases, I think 90% to 95% of those issues have been resolved. The plan going forward is that come the end of June, we should be able to reach phase 1 PBL of the section variant, which is the main variant. And then the other 2 variants will be reached. The other one was planned for August, it will move to September. And then the third one in November. So in this financial year, between to date and next year in March, we should be able to complete phase 1 development, phase 3 variants. So the other 2 variants will be completed in the following year. So we do have capacity to can be able to do that, as I demonstrated now that those variants will be completed. So we have our engineers working in completing those developments in terms of phase 1. With regards to phase 2 going forward, I think the CEO has alluded to that fact to say the how phase 2 will be constructed and restructured will await the process to unfold between Armscor and the client, and I think through the minister, and then we'll then see how the phase 2 is then going to be executed. So we'll await that process to unfold, Chairperson. There was another question, I think, that was relating to the industry to say the plan to capacitate the industry. In fact, if you look at our presentations, most of our presentations, we are saying we're doing a lot of integrations and design. In the main, the industry is participating in our execution of our process. I think 60 to 70% of what we do is then done by the industry. Most of the things that we do are at the high level, which is design and development. Yes, we do a little bit of manufacturing and development somewhere there, but in the main, the industry is getting involved in our value chain. Just trying to see the other questions here if I missed anything with regards to Hoofester. I think with regards to Hoofester and capacity, yes, we do have capacity. I think support plan for vehicles. Yeah, the support plan for vehicles, I must say, Chairperson, is that we are in full swing in supporting, DOD with regards to the support vehicles. In the main, for example, in your CASPAS and all of that, we do support them with space. However, the maintenance of the CASPAS, for example, are done by the DOD. So we give them support in supplying the space. And wherein they have issues in maintaining their own vehicles, we do give them that extra support. And with regards to the artillery vehicles, we are doing the maintenance of those artillery vehicles. A point in case is, project in Topstan Mohali. We have delivered some of the systems last year, and then we are planning to complete the project in August to deliver the last batch of those systems. I think it's about 9 of them that are left. They're almost finished. They're just waiting for testing and evaluation to be done by AMSCO, and we should be able to be in a position to deliver those in August. And in the main, that says that there won't be any projects left, most especially on the land division between us and AMSCO, except the Hoefester project that will be left. So we'll have delivered most of those projects by the end of this financial year, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Paul. Thank you, Chair. And good evening to Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, and Honorable Members. My name is Beboho. I'm the current Acting General Manager at Pretoria Metro Precincts, PMP. With regards to skills, PMP, I need to mention, Chair, that PMP was faced with three main problems, mainly working capital, the capability and the reliability of PMP as a manufacturing plant. And the third point is actually the availability of human capital to support the recovery of PMP to profitability. So having said that, the board saw it necessary, the Denel board saw it necessary to invest into PMP to take it back into profitability. And to that effect, 117 million was ring-fenced to be injected, particularly into the operations of PMP. Indeed, when during the oversight visit by the committee, it was observed that most of the plant was standing at that time, and the reason being that we had not had at that stage availability or access to the recap money that was being ring-fenced, that has been ring-fenced subsequently to PMP to be injected into the operations. As of the 1st of April, that money was, upon approval by the board, that money was made available, and we have, to this effect, ordered material, which is now on way, input material to start our operations. This input material that will start the operations at PMP refers to copper, zinc, and nickel, which is actually the starting point of our manufacturing process. So we are awaiting delivery of this material by latest mid-July, because it's material that is being imported out of the country. So we are looking into having operations starting right at the foundry. Now, in parallel to that, because we have been constrained in terms of working capital, we started then to make payments to our suppliers, whereby we can get access to some of the components or some of the material that's also needed to kickstart operations. And in parallel to that as well, we know that we have lost some skills. We have lost some skills which were pertinent to our operations. We are now also on a recruitment drive to recruit new and young personnel to go into our operations as well. We are trying to recontract some of the skills that are not readily available in the market to help with the transferring of skills to these new people that we are recruiting. So this is the type of succession planning that we are currently doing. What we're doing when we recontract some of the people, the older generation that have the knowledge in terms of the manufacturing, we're putting in place some skills transfer plans which are measurable from our HR department to make sure that there is indeed a transfer of skills from the older generation to the new ones that we are currently recruiting. I think that in
in a nutshell, covers what has been happening in particular to look at the recovery of PMP into profitability. Maybe I need to mention as well is that the implementation plan, which actually tries to recover PMP into profitability, requires that it has a leader, somebody who will make sure that PMP is being run as a project. We have to date appointed a project manager, and also the position of the leader of PMP is currently in its final stages, whereby the general manager on a permanent basis will be finalized very soon, probably by next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Justice. Chair, just thanks, Chair. Thanks, CEO. Maybe just a comment on a point that was raised as well. It's around KPIs. To say that all executives have received their KPIs and they've been rolled down to everybody within the organization, which is very important. But Chair, also to add that, and the CEO alluded to it as well, we are changing the culture of doing work in Denel. In the lull period that happened when there was a lot happening, people, some of them lost hope. So it takes a lot to actually get some of those people into the right frame of mind. So we're changing the culture, and a lot of the change as well comes with just teaching them certain skills, on-the-job training, trying to show them that when a contract comes, things to look at in terms of whether this contract is not onerous. So those are some of the training that we're giving the people. But also, maybe just to mention, on the corporate plan, on the back of that, there's a lot more detail that actually as a team, for every division, there is KPIs, or I could say part of a balanced scorecard. And we measure each other at divisional level and at exco level based on those imperatives. So at divisional level, we have your divisional excos, which takes place regularly, and we make sure that it happens. We also have every Friday with the CEO what we call a winning room, which is looking at areas within the business that are not doing well, and being more clinical and really tackling issues, whether it's OPEX related, whether it is more around the top line growth and profitability. So those matters are tackled on Fridays in the winning room. And then we have regular group executive committee meetings as well, that are regular. So CEO is bringing the company back to its glory days, and we're working hard in support to make sure that it works. Thanks.
And then, honourable members, Chairperson, with regards to stakeholder management from our end, the question was also raised by numerous members about our relationship with Armscor as well as the end user. During the last year and a half, we've really been focusing on collaboration, renewing the relationships that we've had between ourselves, Armscor, and the end users, the various end users within the SANDF. And the reason for that is that we found that in the past, there were various gaps that were formed. Relationships were deteriorating between all of these various entities, and the communication was almost non-existent in certain areas. So for us, there was a big focus point to align, and we've been having, as an example, Armscor, we're meeting our internal staff or junior staff members or executives are meeting almost every second week. We as Exco are meeting once a month. Sometimes twice a month, depending on what the topics are with regards to, in our discussions now with Armscor. Then with the SANDF and the various defence areas, our operation teams are meeting almost every second to third week based on the specific requirements and what we are servicing in the defence side. And then we have our command council meetings that we are now and groups that we have re-established, which was in place a couple of years ago. Now with the SANDF, the various members and ourselves, we have re-established those relationships with them, and we have monthly meetings whereby the focus is to align, to understand where the shortages are, how we can improve and how we can better support and what they expect from us as their service providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, I think in terms of integrated system solutions, we have a very good relationship with Armscor, because most of our projects is actually servicing Armscor and national army and also the rest of the stakeholders. So I think from our side, looking at the contracts that we are delivering specifically, as I said, on a design development contract, which Armscor will appreciate because I think over the last period, as I said, we had our challenges, but we're in a good position now. We actually appointed resources, and we are starting to execute the production contract as well. So I think we're in a good position with Armscor if I talk about ISS.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and honorable members, honorable Minister, I think we have attempted to answer the questions. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I hand over to you. I don't know if there are any deputy ministers who wish to also answer some questions, but I hand over to you. You will distribute as according to your decisions, your discretion.
The person that, let me answer, and then I'll invite my colleagues to add where I would have left gaps. And let me start with the question which was raised by Honorable Member Niehaus around the transformation, where we are with MOUs and with the transition. So, Chair, can I request that we do it in writing, because that work is mainly done through SANDF. I have been getting reports about the process, but we have not, as I say, I am unable to give the report offhand, but we can present it in writing around the whole process of transition where we are. Bearing in mind, Chair, as I said earlier, that the current board's term has come to an end, though they still assist. There is a plan coordinated or led through the Deputy President as the leader of government business to really appoint a board that will be able to assist Denel. So we should be doing it quite soon. Our deadline was end of June. I hope we'll still be able to do it. So to go to an AGM, we have a new board. And on that side, we'll also then say what is the MOU or even agreement in terms of the department and Denel. So I'm humbly requesting, Chair, that you allow us to bring it in writing because I don't have the answers immediately. There was also a question about capacity to do oversight. Yes, we received quite a number of officials from public service and administration who are now members of the department, and we've really been auditing their skills to say how do they help us with oversight. But there's also discussion which has not been finalized about even having a committee that will help us further to support Denel. And as I say, I can't speak a lot about it because it's a discussion, because we do realize the need to support and also to support the department in its oversight responsibility towards Denel. There was also a question which was partly responded to about the relationships between the Defence Force, Denel, and Armscor. Colleagues will recall the deputy ministers at our, I think it's a week back, at our planning meeting in the department, had agreed that we have to make sure that now that Denel is with us, Armscor is with us, first consolidate the coordination between the three sections. But there's also a very important relationship that we have with CIS in terms of research and development, and the Minister of Higher Education has really been urging that let's finalize our MOU and strengthen, and because they see the Defence Force as a very important area for research and development and skilling of our people. So there is
Honorable Harting, please mute. Thank you.
Okay, so that process also is underway, Chair. there was also a question of whether buying back the shares. It's a matter that we've been discussing, but the priority now has been really dealing with the what we call burning platforms to get contracts, to get capacity, to get people in place. But that discussion is there, and it's a very important discussion because there are lots of countries that want to partner with us. And through Denel, when I went to Berlin, there were lots of companies which were saying they can partner. But from the experience of the other setting off of Denel, so we are very cautious, though not very reluctant to get partners, because as colleagues from Denel, officials from Denel have said, the strength or the revival is going to depend also on the strength of partners that we are able to solicit. But through the presidency, there's a whole process about just getting economic envoys to make sure that whatever transaction or businesses we get to, it's well thought through and well supported. So the buying back, there is a discussion. There is, as I said, and I think as the officials have said, some discomfort about how other transactions put Denel into the minority shares and therefore not so much of a giving it a leverage to negotiate things, and therefore looking at other models of bringing partners without necessarily diluting Denel. The other question which I think was important is what is our attitude towards Denel? Chair, as I said, our attitude is that Denel is indeed a goose, that if it comes back to life, it will really lay golden eggs for the country. For the Defense Force, Denel has huge assets, has huge capabilities. Even some of the countries who want to partner with us and think that they can come and put infrastructure, they come back after examining our infrastructure, say, actually, we think your infrastructure is even superior to ours. So it's got amazing capacity. We just have to get it to work right. So what is the attitude that we think is a very valuable national asset? It's a family silver which has to be protected at all costs. And the president himself has been paying special attention. We meet and discuss quite regularly about what we do with Denel, how we support it. As the CEO has also commented, even Treasury itself has huge interest and commitment to assist us. As we said, one of the biggest problems is the guarantees, which are a huge risk to our recovery. And simply because that, yes, Denel has been this ugly one, but also the whole policy around banks not to loan money for war, for arms. And that's why the guarantees were coming through government. So it's to look also through other government departments. So can IDC as a state institution give guarantees to Denel? Because it's very important. Each time Denel strikes a deal, the biggest stress is will we be able to secure that contract? Will we be able to secure guarantees? So it's one major threat that is there that we're attending to. And hence the Minister of Finance is very important so that it's not bailouts, it's guarantees, because Denel has been able to attract contracts in the world. And understandably so, because countries prefer to work with a government-linked company. And you can imagine the countries that had bought from Denel and Denel didn't deliver. 5 years down the line, they're able to claim. But if it was an ordinary company, it could have declared insolvency and they are given whatever they are given. So it's safer even to buy through a government and through a government-linked agency like Denel. So which gives us a huge advantage as a company, but also local industry for their growth and their development. They need to be able to be seen to be doing their work at home. We have a very robust and strong defense industry, but their strength also is going to be limited by Denel's strength, because other countries, if you say you are going to sell this, they want to know, is your country using it? And if we can't buy from our own industry, it's difficult for them to sell outside. So even for the strength of our defense industry, we need to be alive as Denel. And on the other hand, Denel also is reliant on a very strong local industry. Our industry goes everywhere it sells, but as I say, its growth also depends on the strength of Denel. And the last point, Chair, I thought I should comment on, which you're very right about, the participation of women in the defense space everywhere. You go to AMSCO, all your CEOs are men, even on area, and it's not as if it's skills, it's rest skills. It's not rest skills. Most of the senior managers in Denel are lawyers, and there's so many women lawyers. Yes, in Denel, understandably, it's a very risky area for young people, for professionals, because people want security and be sure that they don't leave the things that they have when Denel is not secured. So the sooner we stabilize and get Denel working, we will be able to attract even some of these people who are outside. You go to the EU, these young people who left, they say they want to come back home. But you understand that they'll come back home if it's secured. They're young professionals with young families, and they do need stability and surety that their future is secured. And that's the importance of stabilizing Denel. So I agree with you. I've even raised a check, even the Defense Department completely. I mean, if there's a parade, your 3 stars, there's only one woman 3-star in the defense. If there's a parade after time, you find yourself alone as a woman minister and all the men. And I've raised with even both heads to say, actually, as women, we're not only even looking at only representation, we're also looking at participation in all the areas. So that yes, representation to make sure that we consciously and deliberately support women to be in leadership positions, but also to participate in these industries. If you look at the defense industry, there's only one women's company, and they do explain what the issues are. And I said to them, we have to be deliberate in assisting women to participate even in that space, because it's not going to be automatic. So it is an issue, Chair, that we're really looking at. So not only women, we speak about set-asides for young people. When we report, we're not sure if indeed we're consciously and deliberately companies of young people and people with disabilities. And the last point, Chair, is about skills. We also have decided that we need to flood the space of science and technology by growing our own timber. Health has done it. They've flooded. At some stage, we had no doctors. They've flooded. Now we even have, which is unfortunate, unemployed doctors, because they consciously and deliberately flooded the space with doctors. In education, at some stage, we didn't have maths and science teachers. We dedicated special bursaries for maths and science teachers. We have more than we need. We even now are exporting maths and science teachers. And I said also in the defense, we must be conscious and deliberate that we have to grow our own timber so that we don't find ourselves all the time being hampered by the shortages of skills. So again, that, Chair, we're looking at. But as I said, I request really to submit the question that was asked by member Carl, because I have to get it from SANDF, and then we'll submit the answer. So I'm not sure who General Holomi said, because he's deployed more in the defense space. So we discuss more with him on the matter. So I'm not sure if I've left any other thing which has been part of our discussions. But I want to stop at that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, all I request from Denel, they must pledge today in front of these members of parliament that the Air Force has to be prioritized in terms of maintaining its fleet. As we all witnessed these days, the climate change is creating havoc in South Africa. For us not to be able to fly and rescue people is a very serious indictment on our capacity. Otherwise, thanks for the presentation. I'm sure members of parliament, ourselves as new ministers in this department, we have learned 1 or 2 things from this presentation. But we want you to design a dashboard for the chairpersons of the portfolio committee, for the minister, deputy ministers, so that we speak from the same platform. We can monitor all these promises which have been made today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to the co-chair, let me thank you, I think, for very extensive responses. And thank you also for noting some of the issues that the committee raised that still require further responses. May I request, Minister, that the questions that you promised to respond to in writing, we get responses within the required 7 working days. Secondly, I request honorable members who still had other questions, including follow-up questions, to please submit them in writing so that we forward them to the Ministry for responses. And this issue that General Olomisa raises of prioritizing the Air Force, I think the issue that Deputy Minister Olomisa is raising is very crucial given new risks that we face in the defense area, climate change risks, risks associated with chemical warfare and other issues. And I think what we want from Denel is not only recovery of all capabilities, but we want to see concrete moves towards developing new capabilities that will enable us to face up to new challenges, as well as maintaining current equipment through maintenance, repair, and overhaul, investment in research and development, developing new skills, new engineering skills, developing new technologies, because the contribution that Denel can make to the country is not only in relation to the SANDF, but it's in relation to other capabilities that the country requires in various areas of our economic and social life. And we would want Denel to provide a long-term growth plan. And that requires both that the shareholder engages us on the shareholder oversight model that the minister indicated is being developed, because just having a board on its own is not enough. We need the shareholder to provide a vision of where the shareholder wants Denel to go, what contribution it must make in terms of the commercial and developmental mandates that the shareholder provides, and therefore how financially is Denel going to support that, and how therefore it intends to ensure that over the medium to long term it remains commercially viable, so that it's able to make the contribution it has to make in terms of supporting our national defense force and partnering the local defense industry to thrive and make the contribution it used to make in terms of the South African economy. Honorable members, let me hand over then to the co-chair to
Chair.
Honorable Gerike, what point is that?
Yeah, it's just a point that I want to make. Good afternoon.
Is it related to today's meeting?
How can you ask me? No, Chair. How can you ask me like that? I am in the meeting all the time.
You were in the meeting.
I just wanted to.
You did not.
I just wanted to. Say again?
You had not raised your hand, and obviously.
I apologize. I have a problem with my gadget here.
But your gadget is working well. Right now, you are on the floor.
If you allow me, it's fine. If you don't allow me.
Let me allow you to speak, Honorable Gerike, but it's not something we should get accustomed to. The matter
Okay.
obviously has to be relevant to today's topic.
No, I just wanted to say thank you very much to the professionals of Denel. It was a pleasure listening to them. It's a well of information that they've shared with us today. And I think it's people on top of it. And I think we must support as a committee. We must support them all the way. They have demanded such a lot of respect today from my side. And I think in full support. Secondly, thank you for the way in which you conducted this meeting today as the chairperson. It is really appreciated that we got onto business and not onto personal fights. And then, Minister Motshekga, I can hear that that you are quite enlightened because the pressure is off you in the DRC. And let us take hands and work together. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Much appreciated, Honorable Sir. Honorable Co-Chair, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the presence of the Minister and the Deputy Ministers in the platform, and as well thank and appreciate the presentation by the Denel officials. As members of Parliament, we are all concerned about the complete functionality of the institution across the board. As per the dictates you mentioned of South African Defence Review, we really appreciate that that you are moving from the South African Defence Review provisions. We share your frustrations and wishes you succeed in all the endeavors to turn the department around. You have articulated in the historical context of the institutions, and I hope you have learned, and in fact it indicates that you have learned from the mistake committed in the past that led to losing skills and some contracts, and we will not go back to that space. Officials, on your presentation conclusion, you indicated 7 points which are very, very critical. As members of Parliament, we will work with you in this journey, and we will hold you accountable on what you have committed yourself here. We really appreciate and thank you very much. We will be going to the next part of our program. We will release you, Minister and Deputy Ministers and Denel. You are released. Members of Parliament, honorable members, kindly remain so that we can continue with the next part of our agenda. Thank you very much. You are released.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. As our guests are leaving the platform, let's go next to the next part of our program. As indicated, honorable members, is minutes. The minutes of the previous engagement. I hope you have studied the minutes, and we should be able to run very fast on these minutes. Mrs. Nandiba?
Chair, thank you, Chair.
Yes, these minutes of the 2 previous engagements.
Yes, Chair, these ones are the minutes of the 30th of May.
Okay.
Where we were receiving a briefing on the white paper and the 2015 Defence Review.
Can I propose, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Gerige, what do you want to propose?
I propose acceptance. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I hope that you have studied the minutes, those minutes. Honorable Khalid proposes that we accept the minutes. Do we have can you have the second, honorable members?
I second, Chair.
Honorable Nihas. Honorable members, can you mute? Can you mute? Honorable members, can you mute, please? Okay. Those minutes are accepted. They've been seconded, honorable members. These are the only minutes which we wanted to consider.
No, Chair, this is the second and last set, the 13th of June, last week's minutes.
Okay. Honorable members, here we have the second edited minutes of our committee. And I hope that you have all as well looked into them. Can we approve these minutes as well, honorable members? Is there
Yes,
anything
we have read, we understand, we propose. Thank you.
Honorable
I
members?
second, Chair. If I understood that the Honorable Gereke moved, I second.
There's a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes. And I hope we all agree with that, honorable members. Honorable members, those two sets of minutes are approved as the true reflection of our engagement. Honorable members, I think the last is closure. Let me not waste your time and thank you for being here up to this moment. I think, honorable members, you have had a very good engagement with Denel. The officials were really presented their document, the state of the organization, and you have engaged well in terms of your concerns, and they have responded to what you raised there. But the journey is still long. We will work together, honorable members, and ensure that we hold them accountable on what they've presented here. So without any waste of time, let me thank you once again and state that this meeting stand adjourned. We'll meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.